Congratulations Realm of Russ on being the first. You're the best, or at least, the fastest. Too slow future on VR, but you came in third. Realm of Russ and Yukiugo beat you to it.
Good evening, everybody. How are we this evening? Good evening. My name's Dortimer. I have too many hobbies, and this is your weekly reminder that if you are in the Satisfactory menu on Satisfactory 1.2, there is a giant llama behind you watching your every move. We are here back in Satisfactory. It's been a couple of weeks, and we are going to dive right in and going to build some stuff. There's not a huge, massive plan for a large factory. We're doing bits and pieces tonight, in part because I'm still working on updating my mod, so we'll be testing the mod. Russ, good evening. Future on VR, good evening. Yuko, good evening. How are you all going? No, that's not an ad. That's the intro. Well, it was an ad for my Satisfactory VR mod, but I use it as a stream intro because, or at least on my big Satisfactory streams, I have that as an intro because it tells people all about the mod, which is much easier than me just telling it. Though I do tend to answer questions as I go as well. My power company is dropping my power. Aha! Here we have a mod update. We are now on Alpha 3, which I haven't released yet. Ah! Okay, there goes the power company. Yes, so Alpha 3, which I'll probably release tomorrow if all goes smoothly tonight. So tonight is partly a test session of changes I've made. For those who use the mod, it can now tell if you have the right UEVR. So we still need a custom UEVR. The basic UEVR still has a bug that doesn't work. But I know, my mod knows. So it will tell you whether you've got the right thing or not now. And this is also a release candidate. So if all goes smoothly, I'm hoping to have a full release soon, TM. In the doomsday clock sort of doom soon, maybe. Yes, so as mentioned, the big project coming up is nuclear power, and that is going to be massive. But I'm not ready to start it quite yet, and I'm still testing the mod changes, so this is going to be a bit of a pottering around session. There are a few things I want to try and do. Last time we automated homing ammo, which will be very useful when we're in the swamp. Did I put any in my inventory? Doesn't look like it. So let's get some homing ammo out. Now the other thing that's going to be useful for a nuclear build is to get more... Where are they? Filters. These iodine-infused filters. So I'm hoping I can automate this, because handcrafting them is a pain in the butt. Why handcraft something if you can automate it? The problem with automating this is if you have a look at that recipe there, it takes these gas filters. Now we have automated those. These are being automated over at the plastics factory. We need quick wire as well. Actually, if I click on that, isn't there a codex button? How do I open the codex? Not like that. Opening codex. There we go. The quick wire is being made at the factory right here, and the aluminium casings are being made on the other side of the world and doesn't have a train connected to it. So there's an awful long distance to travel to bring these three things together somewhere to automate iodine-infused filters. So we'll see what we go. I haven't really decided how I'm going to do it. It might involve a lot of laying a lot of train rails. We'll see how we go. You've never seen this game before? This is Satisfactory, and it is a factory automation game. We need to build project parts to the space elevator in order to satisfy our corporate overlords. It is a lot of construction with a little bit of survival elements. So I'm a bit into the game, so I have a hover pack. I can fly around here. We have our lizard doggos here in the water fun park. These bring us random items of... Well, that's useless. Thanks, Lassie. Anyone else got anything interesting for me? Skippy's got quick wire. Must have heard us talking about it, but we don't actually need that, Skippy. Unless you want to put it in a train. Timmy's got spit connectors. Scratch. Like most of this stuff we're already automating already. Sue has been out hunting. She has the remains of... Is that a spitter? Spitter remains. So she's been hunting spitters. Who else have we got around here? Hey boy! Hey boy! George has been hunting as well. And we've got one more over there. Who's this? Who are you? Who are you? Snowy! Snowy's got a slug. Thank you very much for the slug. Slugs are very useful because they can be turned into power shards that let us overclock machines. So I've got a recycling unit here set up, so I just chuck this stuff in here and it will automatically get turned into useful products. So I'll just chuck that in there. Now we've got rifle ammo, but we don't actually have a rifle yet. At least I don't think I made a rifle. So we probably should do that. No rifle in there. Probably where I would have put it if I had it. Nope, no rifle. So here's the workshop where we make equipment. And again, we're fairly into the game at the moment, so we've unlocked most of the goodies. Here's our rifle here. We have all the parts to make it, so we can make that no problem. I mean, we could have made this much earlier. It's not a particularly high-tech item, but there's not a lot of use if you don't have ammo, and I hate handcrafting ammo, but we have now automated ammo crafting, so we can drop that. These are our hand slots here, so we can switch between different items here in our hand slot, or holster things. So we now have a rifle, and isn't that a beauty? Now let's put some ammo in it. We've got homing ammo or just basic rifle ammo. So your basic rifle ammo, if I load it, it just fires off like that. Or the homing ammo fires like that, and it will home in and hit things automatically. So this is really good for screaming and running wildly while firing at things. Showed you I can pronounce aluminium as a half American, half British. Aluminum? Aluminum? However you want to pronounce it. It's aluminium, even though it's spelt aluminum in-game, despite Sweden being on the aluminium side of things, I think. And Sweden is where this game has been made. Okay, so we now have some homing ammo. Look at the little chip on the side. Isn't that cool? So what are we going to do about filters? Let me think. Let me just change to the jetpack because that's a bit easier to travel around with. So this is one of the early factories we built. This is making a whole pile of basic products in this factory. And we are making quick wire in here, not a huge amount. It's mainly for personal use and building rather than supplying any other factories. We have a whole container full of it, but if we're to automate filters, we need to get this... Ah! Hey, hello Azure, and you've tuned in. So yes, we need to get this to a factory where the other stuff is. Now, as I said, the other stuff is in the plastics factory, which is way over here. If you are new to Satisfactory, it is currently 30% off in the Steam sale currently, so it is a really good time. So if I have this homing ammo, I should just be able to aim in the general direction of that, and should be able to hit those pretty easily. Still takes a lot of shots to kill these little guys. Or you can crouch because they can't see you when you're crouched. And then I can swap to the good old rebar, which is more like a high-powered pistol. And I can just shoot this as I sneak up on it, and it's gone. So we do have train lines at that factory there, and we do have a train line here. So we could have a train bring the quick wire all the way to here or to somewhere else. And load it into this factory. This is our plastics and rubber is the main thing made here. But if I shoot up to the top shelf, top floor, come on, you can do it. I need better fuel. Let's switch to the lava pack. So we are making here the gas filters. Now this is because fabric we make out of plastic or polymer leftovers actually. Coal we're stealing a bit from the power station nearby, and iron, what are we getting iron? I think we're stealing iron from over there as well. So this is easy, all this stuff is local, but if we were to, let's just plonk down a manufacturer here, and we look at the different recipes. If we want to make these, we have the gas filters, which we're making there, but then we need the quick wire and the aluminium casings, or aluminum casings. I was originally thinking drones, because drones would solve a lot of problems, because drones can fly across the map very quickly. The problem with drones is they need fuel. The only fuel supply is actually made here. Is this making fuel? No, that's just making that's making the liquid fuel, but down here we actually have a slightly different setup that we are packaging fuel. So we are actually making packaged fuel somewhere along here. One of these two. I think it's that one. Yes, packaged fuel here. So we could use this to power drones to fly across the map to get the aluminium. Because the problem is that if I look at my map, oops, map here. This was our base with the doggos. This is where we are with the plastic and the other stuff we need. And the aluminium is over here. And there's no train line. So if we want to do a quick and dirty solution, we could use this fuel, whack a drone station over here, and then use that. That is probably the easiest and the quickest, and probably the most temporary one. But it might be good enough for what we want to do this evening. Why are all the power companies drawing this power on you? Well, funny you asked that, is because if you know my power grid, let me just pull up a power pole here. The grey line is how much power I am producing, and the orange line is how much power I am using. And these lines are a little bit close together. So this is why we're planning on making a massive nuclear facility to solve our power problems. But the reason we're in this conundrum is, so far I have refused to unlock fuel power. So normally at this phase of the game you've got a massive tower for turbo fuel or rocket fuel and you've got no power problems. But if I do that, I skip nuclear because nuclear is a pain in the ass, and I really want to do nuclear. So I'm forcing myself to do it by power starving myself. So if we hijack this fuel here and send it upwards, we can stick a drone station on top. So let's try that. Probably want a smart splitter because I will prioritize fuel going to the drones. That's a bit ugly there. If we put it right up close here, that's a little less ugly. It does mean I'll need to rebuild that and also that. Why is that not snapping properly? There was a Satisfactory patch recently, and this might actually be the first time I've played since that patch, so they may have changed some things. But maybe I'm not just testing the mod, maybe I'm also testing the game and see if it's busted. Okay, so this priority splitter, what we basically say is we will say that any goes out the right, which is this one here, we haven't connected that yet, and the overflow goes that way, which means it'll prioritize sending stuff out here. So we can bring that along to the edge here somewhere. Oh, it's going to stick right into that. Yeah, let's put it there. And then just lower it down. Straight mode doesn't like those. Look at that, straight mode really doesn't like those dips. So let's go to curve mode, should like it better. There we go. Although possibly I should have taken it to that level, because that seems to be what the outside wall has. That doesn't look very straight, but it's probably because it's vertically. I'm oriented differently to the way it's nudging, which is why I'm nudging it all over the place. That's better. Now that is very suspicious that there is no fuel on this line, since I told it was the main output. That is interesting. Did I not actually pick any? There we go. Fuel is rushing out here. Fuel is probably, this is the basic fuel. It's probably terrible for drones. I may run out and my drones may be stranded. This may be a terrible idea all round. But we'll find out. Bring that to there. And I might... Okay, so that's lined up there. Ah, that's on the wall there, okay. We don't have enough room to take it up here. This whole wall at the back is a mess. I really need to do this whole back wall and rearrange it. This power cable here is a mess. Look, it's not even connected. So yeah, there's definitely some fixer-upper stuff in this area. Reverse, drop that down. I reckon, hang on, there's another cable going across there. Where is this even going? It's going down to there. Okay, so why isn't that connected to there? And then let's delete this and see what happens. Okay, that's got power, that's got power, that's got power. I think we got away with it. This doesn't have power. Okay. We did break something. Oh, and that connected it. If you didn't need to make a meal around Christmas, you would be a fixer-upper stuffer chicken, huh? Now, this is probably not going to be lined up. Again, this is going to be not the neatest solution, because we're chucking normal fuel from a quickie plant into a drone port. So, yeah, this is very much a non-standard build. So what I might do is I might extend this along here, because this column here is the right place. Everything else is messy along here, but this is in the right place. So that is our back wall. Which means that's probably a good place to anchor the drone port. Okay. I haven't even looked. I'll probably have to handcraft some parts to make the drone port. because I haven't built them before. Ah, look, I need radio control units and radio control units. So I haven't automated radio control units. Again, coming back to that power problem.
I have a tip from Timo_Vangiel that you may be slouching. Posture check time.
Thanks for the posture check. I'm actually standing up, so I'll do some stretches and move around a bit. Yes, as I was saying, because of the power, I haven't bothered with any of the late factories for Phase 4, so I don't have a radio control unit factory yet. The most advanced stuff we have is computers and supercomputers. We do have aluminium, but that goes into the supercomputers, I think. So we will need to handcraft a few bits and pieces just to make the drones. And the drones are a finite thing, so it's not like we need to automate them. Radio control units. I probably only need a dozen of these. So I'll just make a few of these now. I mean, what was it? 8 for the drone port, 1 for the drone. So we'd need 16, 17-ish. So maybe if I make 20-ish. Maybe a few more than 20, but it should last us. Maybe I should set some hard drives researching while we're doing this, because I think I've actually got all the alt recipes I need for the nuclear power plant, but there's also some extra ones that would be useful for other factories. So while we're doing this, I'll set some hard drives researching for alternate recipes. Okay, I think that's probably enough, and we can always make more if we need them. So here at the MAMS where we do our research. What was the last hard drive finished? Oh, classic battery. See, I could make a battery factory somewhere and use that for drones, which was actually the traditional drone power supply back before 1.0, I think it was. Drones needed batteries, and that was actually the only thing that needed batteries, so you'd make a battery plant for your drones. Now they'll take all sorts of other fuels, so it's a bit more flexible. And I'm wondering how much the distance they'll get out of the crappy fuel. Okay, let's set that hard drive going. They take about 10 minutes to research each. Okay. Nope, transport. Oh, it's 10 each. I'm 1 short. Well, this is going to be a little squishy in here, actually. It's going to impede on the mushroom if I go too far forward. Although I could actually bring it back into the factory bit here like this. Although if I've got a walkway here, I don't want too many connectors there, so let's move it forward a bit. That's flush, so move it 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll probably be a good mid position. This is not going to be lined up. Oh, it's almost lined up perfectly, but not quite. So we probably want to bring it up to... I mean, if we just delete that wall for now. This is like the most painful position. Like if it was more the other way, it would be fine. Is that enough to put a kinky belt in there? Yes, we can do a kinky belt. Okay. Although that is very sticking out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... If I move it closer though, I might not be able to fit the kinky belt in, but let's try. Hey, it still fits. There we go. So that will feed fuel into this drone port. It does need power before it will work, though. Just this guy. Good day. Good time zone to you, good sir. Power. I'll just connect it to there. Hold my breath. So now the fuel is feeding in. So basically, thank you. Thank you, Dippy. Hey, Dippy, how's it going? Afternoon, Dippy. Lander. No, this is going to be... what is this? We need aluminium casings. Not the most poetic name for a drone port, but when we get to the other end, we'll know which of the 1 out of 1 drone ports we need to connect it to. So this will have aluminium casings, we will come out here. Then we can feed them down and across to over there, where we can assemble our... Actually, I might build it here, because that's like that side for those filters. So I might build another mini factory on this side for the filters, and this is the iodine-infused. So, yeah, aluminium casings. We don't need many. This is the thing. This is a pitifully small throughput recipe, and we're going to have to go across the other side of the world to get casings here to make this. And we're going to, if we bring the quick wire in by train, it is going to go a heck of a long way to deliver that quick wire. But yeah, it'll solve the problem, and it'll mean that I will be fully stocked for filters when I go into the swamp and start building nuclear power. That's the plan. The plan is to get the nuclear power plant, but that won't be this week. Hopefully next week we'll start. But like there's going to be a whole session pretty much on planning the layout of it in the swamp. Yeah, okay, so we need to start with the drone at this side, because if we start at the other side it won't have any fuel, although we could manually fuel it, I guess. So there's our drone. So it's basically 1 drone per platform. Why is that blue? That's interesting. What's a chrome drone look like? I think white with red highlights is probably best for visibility. Not that it really needs to be visible. It's not a spaghetti setup. It's a temporary setup, but this is all straight. This is fettuccine here. This is why you make 20 containers with temporary spaghetti setup. Yes, Dippy, that is a way of doing it. You could just, and that is the other thing, is like I could just make a couple of containers, load them up with quick wire and aluminium, but where's the fun in that? I like the logistical problems, and while this may not be here forever, it will solve a logistical solution, and it will be sustainable. It will run forever. Okay. Now we need a drone port at the other end, which is where the aluminium is, but we also need the train to deliver quick wire, which we can set up. Ooh, that's going to be tricky. Well, again, we're going to be delivering a trickle of quick wire by train, and the train is a very high capacity throughput delivery mechanism. We could use factory carts instead. Like, you can never have too many factory carts, right? Otherwise I'm wasting an entire platform here for a little bit of... because the quick wire is just there. It's in that factory. And that's only a 2-station... Let's go over there and actually see which carriage the quick wire is in, because that might affect our decision. Oops, I think I hit a I was trying to get just the stink rock, but I think I hit some of the... That missed. Whoa! Ow. Come on. There we go. And I'm trying not to blow up all the surrounding stuff. And I'm out of ammo. Okay. Let's go back to the rifle. New rifle. That's sausage. Oh, made it. Okay, so here's our very high-tech loading system. We have the quick wire does go into the second one. Okay. And everything else goes into the first one. So the second train carriage does have quick wire with a bunch of other stuff, but that's fine. Trains are flexible. The other problem with getting it from just here to just there is that you see this fork here? Yeah, this train's going to go that way no matter what. So to get this train to there, it will need to go all the way around and then around and then around to there. And then to drop off the rest of its stuff, it would then have to go around to the space elevator and then back again, which is fine because this is a fairly low throughput factory. So if it takes half an hour to do a round trip, that's fine. So I think, yeah, I'm going to change the second train carriage there to receive quick wire. Again, it doesn't need to be permanent. It just needs to do until our nuclear power is online. I added a bit of trimming to the...
Hey, Timo_Vangiel just followed you.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Timo Vangiel, thank you. Added a bit of trimming to my concrete factory. I still need to put walls and stuff on it. That's kind of one of the mini projects we did in the last Satisfactory stream. Trains are flexible. Hey, it's been a while since I've had a train crash. They are pretty reliable. Although trucks are supposedly reliable now. Now, we do actually have a container full of plastic here, which is going to cause us some problems. And we're bringing more plastic in, so we need to disable that. We have a big sorting mechanism up here. Which is going to be interesting because basically we're going to bypass that. Let's... Oh, it is actually not filtering at the moment. Good. And that one isn't too. Okay, so these are actually already disabled from sending plastic down below. I can't get out. Oh, I'm out. Let me out. Ah! So I just have like a squillion plastic that I need to get rid of. Luckily, there's an awesome sink back here and an awesome sink there. Or we could just make another awesome sink. So this is your recycling machine for the game. We just get our output and we want our fastest belts. Let me stick that in there. Oops. Connect up some power. Let's grab it. Oh, that connector's full. How about that one? Now we are recycling that plastic. So this awesome sink will generate coupons so that we can buy fun stuff. Usually cosmetic items and stupid things like Tesla tank car things and things like that. We've got nearly 2/3 of a nut. Trains can crash, yes. If you manually run a train into another train or you get your signals wrong, the trains will actually crash and derail. I'm playing with the new trains in Foundry. The devs clearly looked at the Satisfactory trains and thought, too slow. Okay. I was going to say, the Satisfactory trains are pretty quick. So I also need the output of this here to also get sunk, and that's right behind there in a really inconvenient place. I don't want to have to wait though. Hang on. Wrong one! That's the wrong one! Noob. I'm just wasting plastic from the actual one that was supposed to have it in it. This one is the one we're emptying. Number 2. Whoops. I won't tell anyone if you don't. I mean, we didn't actually go through too much of it. And this is going to be super ugly. Actually, I might do it this way. Super ugly, but this is just to get rid of the old stuff. Yep, okay, that's Mark 5. So this is emptying out of this train carriage, or train buffer, and it is going into this storage container. And this storage container is emptying out from here into the sink. So all this stuff will be trashed, and it'll get us some points over time. The Factorio trains are also super fast. Foundry feels faster because they're 3D. I have to give Foundry a go sometime. I haven't looked at it. Okay, so this is... I'm not going to bring the quick wire in yet because if the quick wire gets dumped in here, it'll get recycled as well. So we'll do that once this is all emptied, and then I can rewire a cable up here to run quick wire up to our new factory, mini factory. So let's go and make the other side of the drone port, which is out in Alumina country. Who did that? Hey, all mine! Sorry, there's no real stinger yet. All mine has created a mod that may allow me to have redeems actually summon real stingers, which I will consider. Maybe for certain special circumstances. It would certainly be nice to get that up before I go exploring the swamp, because having extra stingers in the swamp is always a fun time. I saw all mine that you can also summon Johnnies. That would be an interesting redeem. It's more I need to consider the details. I'm keen to give it a go, all mine, but I do want to figure out how I'm doing it. Like, I don't want to just say, right, for $10 everyone gets a small stinger. Oh, snowy purple slug, thank you. So yeah, I like the idea of having a random chance on the audio sound effect, so people redeem the audio sound effect and it has a random chance of actually summoning a real one. That's probably the main use. Although I could have, like, you know, every time someone subscribes, it summons a Jetpack Johnny or something like that. Might keep me on my toes. Timmy's got computers. Thanks, Tim. Let's get rid of the... Oops, that wasn't going to do anything. Recycle, recycle. So putting stuff in here goes to the sorting facility upstairs, and the stuff it recognises it will recycle. So because those rods, there's nothing they get turned into, it just spat them out the other end with no change. But you can see I have a lot of power shards here. That's the output from the slugs being recycled. So if I look up here, I really need to put some building around this rather than have it naked. But there's a number of splitters and priority programmable splitters and things here. So all the slugs go up here, and then each one of these goes into a different one. So this is blue slugs, and the blue slugs go into this here, where they have been summer slipped to double their output to make power shards. So we've got slugs, biological stuff. This one is your leaves and wood, which gets turned into the biofuel. And biomass and alien protein is extra biofuel. And the biofuel, solid biofuel, comes up the back here, and it gets turned into liquid biofuel here, which along with the plastic is then packaged up and put in a container here. So I have a large stock of liquid biofuel, which I use for my jetpack because it's a very efficient way of getting around. Yeah, thanks, Online. Yeah, it doesn't quite do everything, but it does the main things that I need doggos to recycle. And then I do have a rubbish bin over here. So if I do have some high value things that I want to, like trash, I put them in here, and the awesome sink there will delete them. Okay, we are going to go build a drone port out in the aluminium factory. I did need... I think it was one more radio control unit. Was it two? No, we've already built the drone, so really one is it. Oh, it makes two at a time. Okay, well, I'll make a few more then. And I've got a few high tier items here that I'm not using. Actually, high tier ones go in here. So let's just throw those in there. Those are what we need. Right, let's travel out. Now, the quickest and easiest way to get there, because there's no train line out to the aluminium stuff, and it's on the other side of the world, so we're going to take the zip line. There's my zip line. And we're going to go cross-country via zip line. Actually, I think it's actually this way. Going to cut straight across the land. So we have the space elevator over there, which delivers the project parts. We have some hogs there that are going to try and shoot me. And we have stingers. Well, no, don't go up there. We have a nice poison stinger down below there. He's probably going to leap at me. And there he goes. I'm actually going to change to the jetpack just because it's a little more flexible when ziplining around. Actually, something they added in 1.2 was you could blow up mineral small deposits with explosives. So let's test this, as long as nothing's going to shoot me while I'm standing here. Oops, missed. Okay, explosive ammo ready. Actually, let's stay on that, and let's basically... there's two nuclear hogs here, but there's also piles of uranium around. So this has always been a real painful area to get the hard drive out of the drop pod, with at least you chew through plenty of filters to get it. So I should just be able to... Oh, look at that! I can just blow up all the uranium deposits. I mean, those nuclear hogs will totally kick my butt if I let them get too close to me. Drop off of the rebar takes a little getting used to. Nope, bit lower. Yeah, that's that one done. For my next trick, let's try this trick. I'm terrible at this, but let's see if I can give these guys a free ride. Come on, fire, 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 fire! It's not triggering. There he goes! Okay, there's one down. Nope, that's not quite. I'm probably best doing the same thing as putting them here. And getting him... Oh, that hurt. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Bye. That's the way you do it. Oh, 10 turbo motors, that's expensive. But we now have a hard drive. Easy. Eat. Play Subnautica on Friday. No, I play Subnautica on... Well, today is Friday for me because I am on the west coast of Australia and it is evening time for me. So Subnautica is Saturday for me, which is this time tomorrow night. My commentary is ahead of the pictures. How far ahead? It shouldn't be too far ahead. I can restart the stream from my PC if it is a bit laggy. I'm kind of standing in radiation here, so let me just over this way. Thank you for letting me know. I will. Hopefully there's no stingers around here.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Ah, well that's a good place to pause actually if we've got an ad break incoming. So I can restart the stream from the PC and that should hopefully fix the latency second. Yeah, okay, it's probably the stream from my gaming PC to my stream PC. That's usually what causes the lag. But back to you, Yuki Yugo. Remember you saying you played Subnautica on Friday, but the question is when you're done with Subnautica, would you consider playing Subnautica 2? I'm really enjoying Subnautica, Yuki Yugo, so I would probably play Below Zero next, is the plan. Subnautica 2, because it's early access, I'd rather wait till it's a bit further along the early access trail. I'm definitely interested in Subnautica 2. But the other thing is, I'm not going to play it flat. I have to play it in VR. Now, they are working on a VR mod for Subnautica 2 already. Maybe I'll contribute to it when I get to that point. But at the moment, I think it's a bit early to start playing Subnautica 2 for me. So I will probably go through Below Zero, and then I don't know if I'll do Subnautica 2 straight away or if I will wait for a bit. But definitely going to do Below Zero first. By the way, both of those games are on sale now, so if anyone's interested in Subnautica or Subnautica 2, they are quite heavily discounted at the moment. But yes, I'm definitely going to be continuing Subnautica into the future because I am having a lot of fun with it. But it's got to be in VR because you can't go flat once you've gone VR. Okay, I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to restart my streaming PC. Let me not shoot an explosive into the control panel at point blank range. That might not work very well. Okay. Not Subnautica 2 is on discount. Subnautica and Below Zero is on discount. The original two games are heavily discounted. Subnautica Below Zero being the second game, but Subnautica 2 is the third game. Like, Below Zero was effectively an expansion. It was going to be an expansion, and they span it off as a separate game. I hear a lot of people don't like Subnautica Below Zero, but it looks good enough to at least give it a go, and it would be enjoyable. So I will be playing Below Zero after I finish the first one. Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, I'm back and I didn't die. This is a good start. Oops, let me just adjust my headset. So hopefully the latency is a bit better now. Yuki is not getting ads. Do you have Twitch Prime, Yuki? If you have Twitch Prime, you don't get ads. Or perhaps someone has gifted you a sub if you haven't subscribed yourself, because subscribers don't get ads. You might be in a country where they haven't bothered to advertise to you. So it used to be in Australia we'd get like one 15-second ad, that was it. If you have certain ad blockers, they might block it as well. Just this guy got ads. There's not too many people on the stream, and a lot of people tend to lurk and just listen in while they're doing other stuff as well, so not everyone is watching the text chat the whole time. Okay, so I'm going to test this synchronization. I am going to say jump as I'm jumping, and then you're going to tell me how much delay there is. And hang on, I've got a cursor on my screen. Be gone, cursor. Thank you. Okay, so jump. How's that? Jump! Jump! How was the latency there? There's probably still a little bit. It was a PSA instructing me how to not drown. Oh, okay. Well, that's still an ad. It's just maybe a useful ad. You got 0 delay. Excellent, excellent. So I've fixed it. Either that or you missed the first jump and I'm perfectly synced. But yes, yeah, there should be almost no delay in the PC stream, but I have noticed that sometimes it does lag behind a bit. Thank you for alerting me to that. Now we are halfway across the map. So we are, where are we? We're here. So our base is here, the elevator's there. That black thing is the void down there. And we are going to where that dismantle crate is over there. So we're about halfway so far. Not that it takes very long when you have zip lines, because they are pretty quick. This is where we get to say hello to a few more spiders. Hey guys! Wow, they haven't noticed me. Here they go. Whee! Oh, he almost got me. Under my safety line. Those guys and the nuclear hogs will respawn once I'm out of range. So once they're a certain distance away from me, they will suddenly respawn. Without lip sync to worry about, and you really notice the desync when you point out fast-moving things. Yeah, and like if I actually had it... Oops, there was another stinger there. Oh, poison ones. Ah! If I had a cam, the camera would be running on the streaming PC, so it wouldn't have lag anyway. It's just the stream from the PC to the streaming PC that sometimes can get some lag. So this out here is still a bit bare bones. It's basically I set up aluminium as a functioning thing just to get supplies. But there's... Okay, the actual aluminium ingot factories are very over-engineered. I had a lot of fun building these and they have a lot of detail in them. But like the miners and the actual factory, I've just slapped down minimal machines. And when we get a train line out here, this will be expanded into a much bigger factory. But for now, we just have our fancy ingot silos. And then we have the ingots coming over there where we're making certain products. So yeah, very happy how these came out. So this is effectively 3 blueprints. There's the bottom part, which is making the petroleum coke. The middle part is making the scrap, and then the top is making the aluminium ingots. And because there's a blueprint, I can very easily duplicate it. So that is, each of those is making 300 ingots per minute. So this is 600 total. And we've already got enough incoming bauxite to double that to 1200. And then if we upgrade belts again, I think we can double it again. So we get a lot of aluminium here. So this is hurriedly slapped down all the things we're making out here. Am I actually making all these? Oh, I am. Ripper. But not radio control units. I think these are all the aluminium-based products. Okay. That's useful. So these are the basic products, and then these are extra products. But again, I'm just one single machine for each of these so that I have stuff in the dimensional depot. That is missing frames. Why is that missing frames? Oh, I remember why. There's no frames here, so that came out of a container. Let's fill that up again. Again, very temporary at this stage, just to get stuff going. Okay, that'll now make a whole bunch more. So we need a drone port that is basically going to take these casings. So we need to find a place to hijack that and then load them into a drone port. Might do it at the back here. It'd be easier at the front because casings are being made out the front. Out here, one of these casings. Yeah, okay, the casings are over here. So it would actually be much easier to just put the drone at the front. Much easier. Okay, let's do that. I'm guessing that this is a good height. Let's see if it's the right height. Yes, it is the right height. Excellent. Because basically that will flush up against there like that. Now bring it over here. Now those power cables that we zipped over here on are what is actually powering this factory. So we are actually on the same power grid as the rest of the factory. There's a power node there. Let's just go to here, connect it over there. I mean, they shouldn't take too much power. The fact that that is not 100 is a little concerning. This is basically our battery storage backup, which is buying us time. Yeah, thank you. If this keeps dropping, we might need to turn off some of our other factories. But I did have some things disconnected for a while that made it go up. Thanks, Azurin. Always rely on you for giving me power jump scares. Okay, so this is going to be called... well, this is our L casings. Okay, so that's going into the mixer. This here is going along to the other machines. The input is here. So we can probably line that up here. Bring it along, drop it down. Then we will need to rebuild. What have I done wrong there? That's an output. That's not an output. Okay, how did I get that wrong? Now I could put a smart splitter here to guarantee product one way or the other, but I'm making a ridiculous amount of these versus what I need, so it really doesn't matter. Because I'm making 60 a minute or 120. It's not a huge amount in the grand scheme, but given how tiny the requirement is, a standard splitter is probably enough. Give me Cocoa Pops, thank you. And that's all there is to it. Earth Serpent 89. I'm playing Victoria right now, and that still jump scared me. Satisfactory have a similar sound, or is it just a universal power out panic? Empty in 11 hours. We got some time. Yeah, we got plenty of time to make a nuclear facility, don't we, Dippy? Okay, now we are loading the casings. Is there anything else we want to do here before we head home? Because we can attempt to catch the drone home, which may end in tears. I don't think there's anything else. Like this is a fairly self-sustaining tiny factory at the moment. A panic center is an alarm that goes off when biters are attacking your base. Yeah. Oh, a feature of Satisfactory is your base is safe from the local denizens. And technically you can turn all the creatures onto passive mode, so if you don't want to deal with creatures, if you just want to make lovely factories, you can turn the creatures into passive mode and then just let them rip. Or let them not rip, as the case may be. Okay, if we're going to catch a drone back, we're going to need a hover pack or a parachute. Do I have a parachute ready? Yes, I do have a parachute ready. So now we go into our drone ports, and the need AI casings one, we tell that it's a distance of 4 kilometers, and we tell it to come here, and this is where we find out if fuel, like basic fuel, is enough, or if our drone is gonna, I don't know what happens, I guess it just doesn't fly. And now we wait. We can check the map. Why is there no drone on here? Drone ports, drones. Drones should be on the map. Maybe there's not enough fuel. Maybe fuel is not good enough. Maximum transfer rate, 1.89 stacks per minute. Fuel consumption, 20 per minute. That should be okay. Because it's not going to take more than a minute to get across here, and the fuel stacks to 200. So 1 stack of fuel should last the drone. Need AI casings, distance, status, this port, AI casings, this port. I mean, we don't have a drone here, so that's not going to make any difference. Status. Maybe it's just not showing up on the map. Because we could make... Oh, what's that? I think that's our drone. Given it's flying and it's not definitely not a train. Okay, it is our drone. It is incoming. Hey! I see they still have the bug where if you freshly build a vehicle, it doesn't lose its payload. So this is probably an empty drone. Yeah, that's just the parts to make it, so it'll come in and land here. So where we are currently has 466 containers in it. And now when the drone lands, we can hop on top. Notice that there are no safety rails at all up here. This is not a particularly reliable method of pioneer transport. Not hoverpack, not hoverpack. Hoverpack needs power, and if it gets thrown off where there is no power, we are doomed. So jetpack or parachute it is. Here we go. I mean, we might not even make it over the cliff. These things are tended to go zoom and be a bit jittery. Whoa. Ah! Nope. it threw us the wrong direction. Can we get back on? Nope, it's gone. And now we're going to drown. No. That's an interesting route it's taking. I wonder where it's going. Well, that's the aluminium side handled. Okay. Swimming. I guess we're ziplining back. Well, I had a jetpack, so if I made it up to the cliff and it threw me violently in that direction, it would have been fine. But I'm a little surprised it didn't go straight up and over the cliff, because usually they do just go straight up. But this one seems to hug the coastline and then go that way for some reason, which is a little curious. Okay, so everything else here is ticking along nicely. I'm just going to stock up some more cubes here. And by that I mean modular frames. Ah! Who did that? Russ, it's Russ's turn to scare us all. Thanks, Russ. Okay, that cubes is going to give us a heck of a lot of fused modular frames. Oh, heavy frames. Oh, I'm a noob. Oops, wrong frames. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. Ah. Like, why aren't these frames moving? Why is it not doing anything? Because I can't read, apparently. Take all. Can I take frames off, or do I just delete the belt? Probably a good thing we didn't go with that drone then, and the easiest way is just to delete and rebuild the conveyor belt. Wrong one. So for those who have used the mod, there is actually a change in the recent update, which is how radial menus work. So before, whenever you open a radial menu, it would default to the top or the bottom item all the time. So if you were on like the detonator, then if you open the equipment menu, it would default to the rebar gun. Whereas now, I put a dead zone in the middle here. So when you open it, it's still on detonator, and you have to move your hand a certain distance out before it'll actually start registering stuff. So this works for the build menus as well. So if you've got like a 4 meter foundation that you're building, if you open the build menu, it's still got the 4 meter highlighted, and you can quickly change its style without having to reselect the part. Whereas before, when you open this menu, it'd like default to one of the other ones. So this goes for the normal build menu as well. See, it defaults to cancel rather than defaulting to a random thing. And also the rotate menu. So when you're rotating something, you can hold rotate and it doesn't move. And that's good, because if you're doing super small angles, you can now use the right stick to easily turn that without accidental movement stuffing off your rotate. So it actually makes rotating much easier. But if you want to use the zooming method, then you just move your hand out. So that's what's in Alpha 2 and Alpha 3. Did I tweak it a bit? I don't think I've changed it much. So that is a newish feature coming in the mod. Okay. How do we get out of here? It's over this way. So that's one of the things I'm testing is, does the new radial behavior feel natural? And is it useful? Because I know in the past I got really annoyed by accidentally pressing the wrong radial button and then having to manually pick what I already had rather than it remembering and just defaulting to what I'm already on. So far I think it is feels a lot better. I might need to tweak the size of the dead zone, but I might just make that a setting and let people pick their own. Oops. Too low, too low! And those stingers should be back. Yep, they are. Notice that started listing your mod as green on both branches. Yeah, I cannot set the compatibility per version. The compatibility only in the mod manager seems to just be for the mod as a whole. Which means that if people download the stable version, it'll say it's compatible, but really it's not. I look for a setting. If there is a setting, I've missed it. Oops, there were two more stingers chopping to their doom. I'm really hoping to have this on the stable version within the next week kind of thing. So one of the things I've done is I've improved the mod's detection of which UEVR you're working. So because you still need the custom patched UEVR, but now I can actually detect that, and so it's much easier for me to say, hoi, you're using the wrong version, you need the custom version. So, because before I didn't have a way of saying if someone was on the right version or not. But apparently there is a way, and it is now supported. So one step closer to a stable release, or more widespread release. It's pretty stable already. Now we figure out if the drone's out of power or not, or out of fuel. Oh, just took off, so I guess it's got plenty of fuel. And we're at 100 here, which means we are producing more fuel than it is consuming, which was what I was concerned about. So it's using 97... Ooh, oh my goodness. It can take a stack of 100. It's using 97 per trip. We have no... This is the only fueling spot, so it is 3. If it's close. Like, if it was just a little bit further apart, we would not actually have the fuel to fuel it. But it's working. And more importantly, we do actually have our aluminium casings coming in here. So as far as a slapdash thrown together solution to get aluminium from one side of the world to the other, it's working pretty good. What's a margin of 3 fuel between friends? Now, how's our plastic recycling going? Okay, this is empty, which is the important bit. That is empty, so it looks like we are done with our trashing. Now this is actually going to... This has got to go, because this is a buffer to load into the train platform, but we were actually having quick wire come in, which is going to come in this spot here, and I don't think we need a buffer, so I think I'm going to get rid of that. because basically we're going to need a lift that comes up here with the quick wire. Okay, this is empty. It is now set to unload, which means stuff can be delivered to it. So we should now be able to come to our train timetable. Was it home delivery? Exit code to the space elevator. Yep, like this is where it goes currently, and it basically does a loop like this. And when we add this in, it has to drop off here first, so it's going to go loop, bypass that, drop off here, then stop off at the factory for anything that's left over, and then loop here. So it's going to have to do basically 2 loops for each route. So edit timetable. This is ChemWorks Alpha. Add ChemWorks Alpha to, I said add. Hello, add. Why is that not working? Timetable. Home delivery. There we go. Drag that to there, so it picks up from there, so that should be picking up everything. Then it will confirm. Then it will come here and it will not load anything. It will unload just the quick wire. And this is the cool thing about trains, is you can chuck a whole pile of stuff onto a train and then tell it to unload different things at different spots. There it is, quick wire. Unload quick wire. We don't want it to wait. It can wait here 60 seconds, I guess, for now. Save. And then it will head onto the space elevator and unload everything else it has. Save. So I'm just going to edit that to see if it actually did save. Unload quick wire, wait for 60. Yep, it did. Okay. Done. We just wait. We can start doing, it'll probably be a while because it's probably on its old route to the factory. So we can start doing, how are we going to do this? This is the fuel line here, and we're taking the fuel up over there. So it would make sense to bring the quick wire up alongside it. Oh, it's here already. So the front carriage has wire and rods and plates in it. The second one has quick wire, rotors, AI limiters, frames, and I think it was copper sheets. So this should only drop off the quick wire here. And this is the nice thing about having a train network. Once you've set up a factory somewhere that makes a product, you can use the same train line to deliver that anywhere you want. You just need to change your train timetables. And this now has 76 quick wire in it. So I think I will put that way around. Just so it's uniform with all the other things. It'd be nice if it was angled differently at the top. I'm not going to fit a hole in there. well, apparently I got the position wrong. Shove it back one. Quick wire! Actually, it's pretty slow wire at the moment, but that's okay. We only need a tiny bit of it. I suspect they're like, how much do I care about the clipping? Maybe I'll do it there. The others, you don't see any clipping because it actually keeps going up to splitters and mergers up above. Whereas this one is a little different. I might bring it under this line. And what we need is a roof mount. Now the thing is, these splitters and mergers are lined up with...
Hibiki Ryuga just hit a 25 stream watch streak.
Hey Ryuga, how's it going?
That's impressive dedication. Good day all, apparently.
G'day all, indeed. How are you going, Ryuga? We are back in Satisfactory. And we are making hodgepodge temporary factories ahead of our big nuclear build. Okay, so this is the where I can hold this, the dead zone keeps it still, and then I can use the right stick to rotate it around where I want. And then I can just nudge it into place. Actually, what I'll do is I'll put that at the top level. And then I'll snap one underneath, like that. Now that's actually not low enough, but does it look okay? Yeah, that's fine. Shattered and annoyed. That doesn't sound very good. Okay, that actually kept the kink. Now we want to bring this up and align it up alongside this. So if we nudge this there, maybe that needs to be back one. And we can use the position of the other ones to get ones aligned next to it in place. So this can run from here straight to there, not in straight mode. Ah, where did that connect to? That's the wrong place. That's... Yep, it's missing. It's clear. It's all good. Okay, so here comes our quick wire. Working on a project in the garden that's going fine, but it's exhausting. AI finally got the last part for a project partner. Stopped on an existing part, trying to finish that. I have to order another part again. Oh, I hate that. So you ordered a part in, and something happened to it, so you need to buy another replacement, and that involves another wait. Is this a different project to your water extractor? You like the copper-coloured pipes? I do too. I think they turn out pretty cool. Historically, I will paint the pipes to match what's in them, so like black for oil or blue for water. But this build, I went stuff readability. Let's just make them all copper because it is nice and shiny. Water extractor is done and floating in the pond. Cool. I was just wondering if you made like a Mark II version that actually pumped or something like that. Because I know you were thinking crazy thoughts along those lines. Okay, so this is quick wire and it's needed by over there. So I will probably bring it along under here. Probably the neatest place for it to go. Tippy, I love building my copper factories. You could paint them in copper colour. Yes, you could have a copper factory coloured copper indeed. So is this? It's not going to let me kink that. I have to pre-kink it. Might actually bring it across as well, just to give us a bit of room. It does not need to be dead straight with the other one. Okay, so the idea here is we're going to take this sink away and put another filter factory here, which means the sink will need to move out somewhere. We could just stick it here. One day I'll do like a nice blueprint with the sink all set up properly. So this is the center pole here. So if I center that with that, so it's somewhat aligned. Tried to inject 1.2 on Linux and I was mostly successful. I saw your comment, Dippy, but I haven't replied to it yet. I haven't looked at it in too much detail. Yes. That's 250 more to go. If I made the mini water pump actually pump water, surely I'd have to build a functioning mini coal power generator. Well, that's up to you. So it's how well does it run, Dippy? Like, are we talking playable levels? Okay, so to move that, this is now under here somewhere. So we're going to have to dig another channel through. There it is. Okay, so that's merging from that side to here. Let's just open this right up. So if we move that merger here instead, my power will go out. I'm pretty sure my power has a few hours of buffer left, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty good at the moment. I probably can just go in there. And then this, we rotate this. Oh, that needs to come out as well. No, that is the sink. So that's the old sink. So this is a merger, but we want to rotate this merger. Actually, this merger can be further along. It doesn't need to be there. It can actually be lined up with this one. It looks lined up. Is it lined up? Yes, it is lined up. It's just too far away to show the line. There was some suggestions about letting chat take my power out, but I don't know if I'm particularly fond of that idea. Well, I'm getting immune to the power out sound because it goes off so often on this stream. Certain people in chat tend to overuse it. Power. Reasonable angle, plug that in there. So this should now be acting as a sink, so we can delete that. Need to give you more sounds. I do need to give you more sounds. I did make some streamer updates, but not in the sound effects department. I was hoping to get All Minds actual spider summoning thing working, so you could summon real stingers inside the factories to harass me. But it will take a little bit more setup before it's working properly. Yes, I do need to put a few Subnautica sounds in here because those can be pretty horrifying as well. I'm not sure if I've... Well, okay, I saw a ghost leviathan. There were creepy sounds. I'm not sure if I identified which specific one was the ghost leviathan. But even the crab squid bantha sound might be a good jump scare for this game. I know crab squids supposedly are not supposed to be as threatening as I found them to be, but because I didn't know how to deal with the crab squids, they really did jump out and cause me problems. Mostly because they sunk my sea moth when I was quite deep underwater, resulting in a certain level of drowning, and destroyed my sea moth. So that was a pain. I'm not going to bother with a blueprint for this one. I'm just going to sort of mirror what's on the other side there, because this is just a manufacturer. There's no extra stuff needed, although symmetrical wise, that's sticking out more on this side. Symmetricality. But even the little explodey angry fish dudes at the start, they might make a good jump scare sound. Okay, this is not making a gas filter. This is automating iodine-infused filters. Oxygen and sink fluid intake immediately, the ones that scare you. If I hear that and I'm floating up here, I'm not going to be scared. I'm sorry. Not sure that's particularly scary. Actually, I'm going to change that to be this way around. Actually, no, I do want that. That will be around... Oh, not that way. That way. What's it doing? It's... Lock, half nudge, maybe? That's lined up okay that way, I think. Oh, the sounds from No Man's Sky could work too. Sink fluid intake might fool me. Sink fluid intake should be a sound effect when someone tells me to hydrate. Okay, and this has power this side. So if I just grab power from here, bring it through the wall. Now the output from this we need to bring to the input of this, but the output from that I think is going that way. And we also need our quick wire and oh yeah, our aluminium casings, which are building up over here. Almost there. Drop that down there. I reckon I can bring this even closer and more snug here. No! Damn it. I think that's lined up. Oh! Just because there's no foundation there. Okay, his fuel is coming up. Good, good, good. Try to inject now in the forest area with big factory in view on your FPS drop from 125 to 72. 72 is not bad, Dippy. Like, if I get a stable 72, I'm happy. I don't know what graphics settings you have it cranked to, but So the floor here is actually here. So I need to put a hole there. Then that will snap on nicely. Station has got a new update where you need to... And it happens on the floor in your spacesuit. To find out what that sounds like. What's the game? Abiotic Factor has a pooping minigame. And if you don't poop, I mean, you don't have to be a pro pooper, but if you don't poop at all, then you get poop in your inventory, which you need for some crafting recipes. I think you get an achievement for it too. I haven't done it myself yet. I haven't needed the poop. Things are somewhere between medium, ultra, and TSR without upscaling. There is a game called Abiotic Factor. It is a crafting survival game with a Half-Life aesthetic. It is a really cool game, and because it's a survival game, you have to eat and you need to drink, and you need to poop. And there is a mini game that lets you poop less or more effectively, and if you keep putting it off, you know, if you don't drink, eventually you dehydrate. If you don't eat, you starve. Well, if you don't poop, you poop anyway. So it's better to be proactive, unless you actually need the poop for a crafting recipe. It's going to be a bit squeezy here. I might take these out along here.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I'm going to have to steal some masks, filters. Hey, Azurin, if you are listening, do we have an ETA on dinner? Okay, so that goes down there. Okay, so this is the output. So we can steal some filters and send them a different way. It's going to be a little squeezy. Like, I think I can smell dinner happening.
Azure Ren says, Calcifer asks to push the ads back 10 minutes, so they go off in 15 minutes, smiley face.
I can endeavour to do that. I get a whole 3 snoozes, and each snooze is 15 minutes. So let's see if it works. As long as I don't hit the wrong button like I did once and run the ad ahead of time. To make FSR 4.1 work, it might look even better. Okay, so if I just snooze again, 13 minutes. I'll leave it there for now. I think I rebuilt that one. Yes, I did. Okay, so this is overflow. So again, we're going to prioritize... Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, that's overflow. And this is specifically the filters. This is gas filters. So we need the gas filters to make the iodine-infused filters. And that needs to come along into an input along there. Maybe I should give this Linux Satisfactory a go and see if it is how it compares to Windows. Because DLSS does a lot of the heavy lifting under Windows for Satisfactory VR. I am running mostly ultra settings, but the thing is I don't get much frame rate boost if I drop them down to medium or high. It's just other things that take the performance. The iodine filters, we're going to have to put in a depot somehow. I wonder how I'm doing the gas filters. Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. Let's get them cranked first. I needed to go from over there to in here. But they are very flat, so should just be able to drop this down a meter and have this come out of there and drop that down 1 meter. So normally a lift is 2 meters down, but because these are very thin products, I want that to be not straight. Okay. Now if I bring this into straight mode, maybe? Try straight mode the other way. It's just going to go through that. You know what? Let's do that, and then let's take this out. Ooh, ooh, ooh! No, I don't like that. Don't like it. So let's put one of these here. Let's just have it down a meter. Smoke. Yeah, that's a little close. No one will know. No one will know. Since I get jump scared of the power outage, you know, wait for the Subnautica sound effects. Save those points up. I do like it is largely the sound in Subnautica that really sets the atmosphere. Like the visuals are gorgeous, and the fact that you can't see certain things really adds to it. Where are my masks? What was that? That was a gas filter. Oh, this is going through. It hasn't actually been connected. It's not going through. Anyone remember where that went? I assume it went over there. Okay, yeah, tiny gas masks, filters. Hey, I think it's doing something. Oh, look, our first iodine-infused filter. Okay. Let's snooze those ads one last time. So now we need to figure out how to get these into the depot. How are we doing it with masks. This goes along, goes down here. Goes below, let's just duck through here. Okay, it's all going along there. And then it goes into the sorting hat of doom. Okay, and then that comes past the over here. And we've got filters there that we don't have. This is the problem, is I'm running out of space to put extra containers down here because this factory is doing more than it ever was meant to do. So like this was a plastic and rubber factory. We got plastic, we got rubber. Then fuel. Fuel is an often product that's made alongside plastic and rubber, so we've got fuel there. Then I brought in and slapped on container for the masks. I mean, I could get rid of the access doorway on this side and just use that one and put another container in here. Jugular, hello. Have you found a bug in the mod? It doesn't come with a built-in door of a Satisfactory friend to play with. I thought you had many friends, Jugular, to play with. It has been a while. Wait, weren't you the one who had like LAN parties with 7 people all playing Satisfactory in VR? If I put another depot here, it's going to run into that conveyor and cause
Azure
problems.
Ren has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
I'm going to take a dinner break soon. Where's my drink? I can't see through my nose hole. There it is. They only play on the weekend? Hey, it's live over Mike. Hey Mike, if you hang around for 5 minutes, we'll have some words on stream. I've heard you're pretty good at it. What about the rest of the week? Mike is awake. And Russ is still awake too, yay! Okay, how am I mean, because I could move this splitter further along here. There's nothing to say it has to be there other than that there's a train station there. So I can move this to kind of there and then connect that curved in. Copy settings. Paste. That's not the same. Plastic, none overflow. Oh, plastic's gone that way. Overflow. Okay, so if we now make that middle overflow, and then this is actually none overflow, then we delete that, and then delete that, and rebuild. Oh, that's backwards. Don't you? Yeah, Russ is usually the MVP of words, so she has boasted of your prowess, and we all want to see it. That was plastic. We should have other stuff come along here. Come on, why is more stuff not coming along here? I didn't break it, did I? I mean, it's possible I broke it. That is very odd. Totally shouldn't be broken. Plastic to the left, everything overflow in the center. It was overflow on the right. The center goes to this one. There's nothing on the left. Overflow to... Maybe we want nothing in the center. And overflow on the right. Okay, so that's correct now. And dang it, Russ. Okay, here comes some rubber. Oh, it's probably loading the rubber onto the train. But the filters are supposed to... Oh, the filters are going along there. Oh, okay, they take the scenic route the long way around and then come back the other side. I got it. I figured it out. This is a very big double ring that loads the train stations, and then the leftovers get sorted into the things below. So, I don't even know if one of these is going to fit here. I could just do the dimensional depot. I don't need a full container of iodine masks. And this whole session has been pretty quick and dirty. So maybe I just do that for now. I mean, it can be as low as that. That's fine. And that would actually allow us to have a conveyor over the top. Yeah, I think that'd work. In fact, we can change this so gas filter is that side, overflow is on the left, and this will be our iodine filter. And then we take this off here and connect that straight from there to there. And so the iodine filters will come straight in here. But let's nudge that into a nicer position. I wonder if that'll fit.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, now's the time. It's time for dinner.
Azure says, dinner is getting served.
Okay, well, when the ads start, I am going to take a 15-minute break and have some dinner. During which time I will turn on the words on stream, which you are free to participate in trying to find anagrams in painful sets of letters. Okay, we don't actually have the iodine filters coming down into this container yet, actually. Oh, this is going to stuff up my depot order. Or did I already put some in? Oh, there's already one in there. That's interesting, but it's in a different order to the other ones. That's interesting. Oh well. We should just be able to plug the iodine filters into the sushi belt coming out, and it should be able to do that. You know, we probably have time to quickly do that before the ads kick in. What's for dinner? Mike must know what's for dinner. That is a very good question. I think the plan was satay with satay chicken with stir-fry veg on rice. So it's a packet satay sauce, but with some added extra peanuts with some stir-fry veggie mix. Yeah, various combinations of the words chicken, stir-fry and satay. if we stick a merger right there, it should magically work by the power of sushi. There you go, our iodine-infused filters. And I need to connect the output here, otherwise they're not going to go anywhere. So this is a sushi belt with all sorts of junk on it. This adds gas filters to that sushi belt as well. Then it's going underneath. We then have the smart splitter there that is taking out some of the filters. The gas filters, which is what's turning into the iodine filters. Then the rest of the sushi belt goes down here, which gets crammed onto our sorting belt, which seems to have a bit of a lag spike at the moment. Do some train station sushi. Well, we're talking food, so it's sushi time here in the factory, but chicken satay on the dinner table. Actually, I'm going to do concrete supports,
Incoming
and I'll do that after
propaganda.
dinner.
Seek shelter immediately.
Oh, the siren sound didn't work. My sound devices all went to crap before I started the stream. I had to manually go through every single sound effect and reconnect the sound device, and it looks like the add klaxon siren was not included in that list, so no scary klaxon alarm for you. Okay. I'm going to take a short break for dinner. And I will be back after dinner. I will set some words on stream going to keep you entertained in the meantime. Thank you very much for watching so far. I'll be back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Live open mic is now lurking. Incoming Pioneer reinforcements. Ater Phasma is leading a force of 22 viewers. Thanks for the raid, Ater Phasma, and welcome everyone to the channel.
welcome readers. Sorry I was away having my dinner while you raided. How's it all going? Nagrath Demon and hang on, I've lost my mouse. And Aetophasma, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everybody in. My name's Tortimer. I'm having dinner. And we're currently entertaining the masses with some words on stream. I think Russ was saying rude to the words on stream, not to any visitors. But yes, no problems if you're lurking. Welcome. You are all welcome. I'm playing some Satisfactory tonight. Yeah, Russ. Russ is just throwing out random words there that could be misinterpreted. Well, we'll wait until this match is finished and then we'll finish it off. But level 17 is a new record by the power of Russ and Mike, with some good Justice Guy and others also joining in. It's good to see some extra activity. My mouse cursor is not working on my main PC at the moment. Where is it? Give me my cursor back, Satisfactory. Impressive, Mike. Yes. I saw Mike throwing them out there. I will have to look into that setting to allow repeat words to be a bit more lenient. No, sorry about that, Hugo. Just be tolerant. We'll get back into our normal quiet chats shortly. But yes, if you do have a PC, you can load up Twitch on there, and it'll probably give you a much better time than trying to keep up with chat on a phone. But the words on stream is just a bit more interesting for people to participate in rather than me just rerunning one of my old videos that people have seen dozens of times already. I need to make more videos, so I've got some more dinner break entertainment stuff. Okay, let me just get things set up again. Okay, I think we're good to go once this match is finished. Oops, my in-game chat has stopped updating. Make this the last round, even if you cane it in. Well, if you do really well, maybe we'll do another round. But I think we'll make this the last round, and we'll get back onto our normal factory building program. I'm guessing the J is the dodgy character. Or is it the Y? No, we've got Anarchy? Okay, yeah, so it is the J. Quick, where's the keyboard? Where's the keyboard? I think I've got one. Yes, got it just in time. As I'm throwing my headset across the table to try and get to a keyboard. Okay, that's enough for today. Well played, people, well played. Okay, let me just close this and put my battery case back on my controller, which just popped off. Okay. That is all in place. Let's turn that off. Right, we are back from a bit of a dinner break and some words on stream. Thank you for everyone who participated in that. It's good to see some people getting into it. Hang on, I've just got my headset cable a bit tangled. Let me get my headset receiver and put that in my pocket. Yes. And welcome, Raiders. How is everyone going? It's Drake. Why are we shaky? We are shaky because I'm putting my headset on. We're also shaky because we are in virtual reality and stabilization is turned on, so it should be smooth. It'll probably get a bit smoother once I start playing, but this is a bit different than your average Satisfactory because we are playing modded in VR, and we are doing a bit of small projects tonight. We have just automated. Let's see if it actually arrived in the right place. Cramped quarters don't help. Yes, we are finally automating our iodine filters. Iodine-infused filters have now been automated doing a very ad hoc thrown together build. This is kind of a temporary thing, but we are planning on going to the swamp and building a nuclear factory in sessions coming up soon. So I kind of wanted to have protection, so to speak, before I went and tackled the swamps. So I just did a quick and dirty automation of iodine filters in my plastics and rubber factory. And I'll just build some supports around this depot here. Yeah, that probably wants to... Oh, that's okay there. Like that. Yes, so it's a VR mod. I'm actually the mod author, so I created this mod. I actually started Satisfactory back in Update 5, and even when I first started to play it, I always thought it would make a really good VR game because of just how beautiful the world is. Massage 2ABB, as the planet is known as, is a really nice place to go exploring in. And it wasn't until a few years later that I got the opportunity and the technology to be able to actually implement a mod. But here we are. I now have a lot of hours in Satisfactory actually playing in VR, so I've actually kind of forgotten how to play flat. I've lost all my muscle memory. So we are underneath the bowels of the plastic and rubber factory here. So if I just zoom through here, I'll go back to where we've just finished plonking down a minimalist setup to make these iodine masks. So we're up here on the top floor, and this little blueprint in here, this is a blueprint, I think this is a blueprint. Yes, this one here is making the gas filters. So it's got a iron plates being made here, gas filters there, and it is bringing in coal, and fabric is being made elsewhere, possibly in here actually. Yes, fabric is there. So what we've done today is we've just added another manufacturer around this side here, which is using some of the gas filters and some quick wire and some aluminium casings. Now the quick wire is being brought in by train. It's a tiny amount. It is a waste of a train line. It really is. the factory is over there. You can see in the distance there. That is where the quick wire is being made, and that factory is like, sort of like my starter factory, and it's making a little bit of like the basic building materials just to go in the depot. So the train picks up the quick wire there. It actually goes looping through the forest and then all the way around down here to drop it off. So it goes on a very long journey across the countryside to bring that quick wire here, just so we can get a tiny, what is it, 30 per minute through here. Actually, are we making 30 per minute? I hope we are. Can you make the Subnautica sound effects after your stream? So I don't know if I'm going to have them ready by tomorrow. I will see, but it does take time to set up the extra sound effects in the streamer bots. So I will see, but no promises. I also need to get the sounds out of Subnautica, and I'm not exactly sure how to do that. So yeah, no promises. Oops. That should be one of those on the end there. Actually, no, that can be a corner piece because that's up against the wall. So let's grab like that. But the other piece of the puzzle is the aluminium casing, and that was actually, well, we did that first. It's an even more ridiculous transport, and that we have a drone port here. This is our very first drone port in the whole game. We have a drone port bringing in aluminium casings because we've only been in phase 4 a little bit of time, and we are over this side of the map here, so we're all the way down here. And the aluminium plant, which is pretty new, is all the way over here. And there's no train lines out to here, so this is my factory area here. So sort of this bit here and this bit here are sort of the furthest factories. There is a coal power plant out there, but as far as transport goes, the train line kind of comes down through here, and that's the closest. So the quickest, dodgiest method was to chuck a drone down. So we have a drone going between here and the aluminium factories on the other side. Amusingly, this is the only fuel we've got. We do not have turbo fuel or rocket fuel or batteries. And it is taking 97 fuel per trip out of a maximum of 100. So if it took 3 more fuel, we wouldn't be able to do this trip. So it is at very much the extreme range that we can do with basic fuel. Now, the reason we just have basic fuel and no other fuel is I have not unlocked fuel power at all. I am still running on coal power, even though I'm in phase 4. And there's a couple of reasons for this, but just have a look at my power grid here. Oh no, it's dropped to 96. Oh, we're on a time limit, boys and girls. Yeah, the grey line is how much power I'm producing. The orange line is how much I'm consuming. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got 96. It's going to take a while before we get to a power outage, but time is ticking. This was 97 before I took a dinner break. So we are actually using more than we are producing currently. And we just added a few more things on. So the plan, I have over 2,000 hours in Satisfactory, and I've never done nuclear power. And one of the reasons I've never done nuclear power is I unlock turbo fuel, and then I unlock rocket fuel, and then I make a massive tower of rocket fuel generators, and then I'm set for power for the rest of the game. So in this playthrough, I have intentionally not unlocked fuel generators. I could technically still make turbo fuel and the other fuels, but I have not unlocked fuel generators. So I'm running entirely on coal power with, as you saw from the curve there, there's a little bit of
Azure says,
geothermal.
Dortimer, is chat giving you an alert?
Is chat giving me an alert? I did hear the power outage. Hey, B-Merc, hello! I was describing stuff, so I wasn't looking too closely at chat, sorry. What was the yeah, he will? Been asking me for some audio sounds? Yes, okay. Oh, is my Telegram running? Where's my Telegram running? I shouldn't be running Telegram on my PC. Did it pop up on the stream? Oh, no, it's my phone. My phone is being noisy. And that's probably just coming through on the mic. I don't think Telegram is on the PC. No, it's not. So it's probably just you're hearing my phone in the background. Good night, Russ. Thanks for hanging out and doing the words on stream. I will catch you later, hopefully tomorrow night on the next stream. Have a good one. You both want Subnautica sounds. Which Subnautica sounds would you want? Like I can do the fish at the start easy enough because they are quite easy to find and sample the sound of. I'm only just starting to get into Reaper and Ghost Leviathan territory, so I can just do a search for sounds, I guess, and see if there's some I can just download. But I will look into it. Okay,
Azure Red says, I will chat with you tomorrow. I sent a few links, smiley face.
Right, okay, Azurin is on it and doing some research, so we'll see if we've got some Subnautica sounds for tomorrow night's stream. So Iodine-Infused Filters being automated was one of the mini projects I was aiming to get done tonight. Because we cut corners and threw drones into the mix, it's actually done. I am going to grab those and I'm going to stock up my in-inventory supply so we can now go play around in uranium and we should be pretty safe for a while. So I'm thinking the next thing I might do is help bolster our power with a little more geothermal. Any geezers around? Yeah, I know there's one down there. Oops. Wrong button. Map. So we've tapped all the ones around here. Not copper. I do know there's a few on the corner of the pink forest. There's like 3 pure ones there. And it wouldn't be too hard to go in there and whack some generators down. We've got 2 over there that we've claimed already. What's that one? That is a normal one. So there's a normal one over there we can claim as well. These don't give much power, but it might just give us enough to buy us a little bit more time before we set up nuclear. I know people are going to say, you're going to need a huge amount of power to turn on nuclear. I'll figure that out. I think I can do it. I'll do it in stages. It'll be fine. So maybe we go and have a look in the pink forest, because I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of pure geysers in there. Geysers, and maybe we get to test out a new homing ammo while we're over there, hey? That might be fun. Now I'm wondering what my quick wire production is. If we are using 30 a minute, was it? Because, as I said, the amount of quick wire we're producing at this factory is not huge. Actually, it's not a problem. It'll be fine. You know what? Let's catch a train. Okay. Drones are cool, but the enable drones to fuel the drones project always puts you off. Explode fish, ghost leviathans, scream in oxygen. Okay, yeah. No, okay. Oh, it's waiting for me. Okay. I'm stuck on a hill. Yeah. You can do it. Yeah, well, luckily I needed to bring the aluminium to my plastics factory, which was also where I was making the basic fuel, packaged fuel. So I was just making a trickle of packaged fuel just for general purposes. So I just rerouted that to the drone port, and it was just enough because I do know, like, I could make a turbo fuel factory or a rocket fuel factory, but that's a bigger project that I don't really want to do until I've actually got nuclear power online. So yeah, I think if we cut across country this way, and if we head sort of pink foresty direction, that direction. I think that is where we will find those generators. That's a long way up, but I think we hop out and climb from here. Oop, oop, oop. Okay, I'm already on rocket pack. Actually, let's ping for geysers. That way. There you go. They're only 350 meters away. Wondering, you do have brings uranium to your nuclear plant and is powered by uranium fuel rods. Yeah, I have considered doing that with my nuclear plant when I build it, but I don't necessarily trust drones to be reliable. But if it was like a secondary source of uranium, maybe it'd be okay. See, trains are rock solid reliable, especially if they're a dedicated line just for like uranium. I don't know if I'd trust a drone to it. Does this cave actually go through? Or is this just a down cave? Well, it does. Excellent. Wow, it's been a while since I've edged into the pink forest. Use drones to transport uranium. There was a bug where drones would randomly stop working every now and again, and I think ever since that I've been a bit cautious of them. Uh-oh. We got company. It's been a while since I've been adventuring. Oh, he's right above me, isn't he? He's right above me. Nope, where has he gone? Did he go sailing overhead and I missed it entirely? Did he go flying? If he did, I missed it entirely. But he seems to have vanished. Ah, the beautiful pink forest, home of the stingers and the nuclear hogs. Not a very friendly place, but it is quite pretty. Okay. Yeah, pure. I'm pretty sure all three of them here are pure. Whoa, pure. Okay. The hatchery over there has not noticed me because I'm crouching. Any other hatcheries around while I'm crouching? Oh, these rocks are pretty. There's a bunch of hatcheries over there. This is quite a pretty area, actually. Barely building. Hey, how's it going? Stuck on a blade of grass. I didn't see where he was stuck, though. You live here in your playthrough? As in, you live in the pink forest. I like the area. I built a Christmas village with factory carts delivering everything, although I ran out of time and didn't finish it. It's a project I'd like to do again with the new vehicle system now. Actually, I need to go here. And just one massive geothermal generator. And one here. Just thought of something might like about something you like. TMG, okay, no problem. Only the waste processing uses trains only for aluminium. Yeah, I'm looking at bringing in a couple of resources by train to my nuclear setup. But it's all close to the swamp, and it's just going to... Basically, the swamp is going to be just a nuclear facility, basically. You know what? Let's clear out that uranium. Because in 1.2, you can just blow it up. How cool is that? No need to hand gather it and then chuck it in the bin, or put it in a doggo and yeet him off the cliff. Okay, let's see how much this will boost. The other thing I could do is if I hunt down more summer sloops, then I could build another 10% boost to my power grid. That might be worth doing anyway. Surely the fallout dust could be worse. Well, it's gone. The dust is gone. Blowing it up should make the air radioactive. It might for a little bit of time. Okay, so this peaks at 1.6. And drops down to 700. Have I timed these to be perfectly in sync so that we have a massive curve? That would be funny. Okay, now I need to get these out to a different power grid. So I need a power tower platform. Trying to remember, I can see some over there. You know, I've got a blueprint with that looks better than that. I have no idea what category I would have put it under. Unless it's just been undefined, because it's been a long time since I made it. Nope. I mean, it did use the power... There it is, power tower, small buildings. Okay, so I can actually see that's near the space elevator there. Space elevator's there, but the train station for the space elevator is right there. Oh, there's one right there, actually. Can we just get straight to that? Yes! Wow, that didn't take long, did it?
Azure Wren says, Calcifer has been sending a variety of possible Subnautica sound options. He listens to the stream live.
Well, we can add those sounds in. Yeah, just fill in that corner a bit. Looks like architecturally stable. So how's our power looking now? Hey, we're back up to 97 already. Oh, look at that. That's a nice boost. I think we bought ourselves some time. Yeah, see, we could get another 10 summer sloops and make another 10% boost, but that is at least giving us a decent overhead now. And I think we should be building up to 100, okay, so hooray for easy geothermal power. It's not much in the grand scheme of things, but it does add to it nicely. Okay, now, I mean, I could... What am I going to do now? What's the time? That's the wrong button. Only 9 o'clock, so I've got another hour at least. I might start actually doing some train lines to the uranium continent, the uranium coastline. Do you want to actually, while I've got you here, how about I show you the plan for the nuclear power? Ironically, the geothermal power should have been cleaner, but the construction process ruined it. Ah, it's a clean construction. Okay, this is probably actually a really dangerous place to go AFK in. Let me just get myself a safety bubble. This is where the hog spawns inside with me. That'd be funny. Okay, so I have a bit of safety in here. Let me show you what the plan is for the nuclear plant, which we'll be spending probably the next long time building. Just going to put down one of my controllers. And it keeps stealing my mouse. That is not useful. I wonder if that's a virtual desktop thing. Just give me a second. I don't want to close. It's usually not a problem. This mouse is being more tricksy than usually. Let's see if the mouse is working now. No, it's not. Wow, okay. Maybe I turn my headset off and it might disconnect. Can I have my mouse back, please? I mean, I could mouse through it in VR. The mouse works in VR.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
What?
Please seek shelter.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to take an ad break now, and I will set up this so I can show you what the plan is for nuclear, and I'll get the mouse issues sorted out, and then I'll show you the plan after the break, and then we can continue with the rest of the stream, which, I don't know, I might do some train line building. My chat is not updating. I am having technical difficulties here. BRB. Let me look at that chat window. Ironically, should have been clearer. That's interesting. I didn't get my chat update. I'm going to take a break while the ads run, and I'm going to sort out my tech issues. So I'll be back shortly.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. Let me just switch screens again. Okay, I think I've got it working now. See, I have mouse control. Yay! So when I'm planning a project, I usually start with this tool, Satisfactory Logistics. So there are lots of planners to help with you planning factories in Satisfactory. This is just one of them. There seems to be like a new one every week, but this one's my favorite. And the one thing I like about this one is when it's doing the planning, you can click any node like this infused uranium cell, and you can change the alternate recipes right here. You can see what the recipes have, and you can turn them on and off. And so if you have multiples on, it'll pick what it thinks is the best based on what you've asked it to optimize for. But it just makes it really simple to change an entire plan very quickly by switching different recipes on and off. So this is my little project for generating nuclear power with uranium. Yeah, it's got some steps. And you can see why people do rocket fuel, because do I have a rocket fuel under here? Turbo fuel. There's a turbo fuel plan. That's the turbo fuel plan. And you can pump this into a whole ton of power generators, and your entire power problem is solved. And rocket fuel is just a bit extra on top of that. So nuclear is much more complicated to begin with, which is why people usually do it for the challenge rather than for any simple build or efficiency. So what I've done here is I've aimed to have 3 nuclear power plants at 200% each. So the idea here is I will make a slice which is generating 15 gigawatts of power using 3 nuclear power plants at 200%. Now I could change this to 250 very easily, and it would recalculate everything. It's just numbers changing, that's fine, and then I could increase the amount of power out and so on and so forth. But just as a starting point, the idea is I want 3 power plants at 200% each, and I'm going to work backwards from here to see what is required. Now it's nuclear power, which means there is waste, and you've got to do something with the waste, but that's a separate problem. So how do we get enough uranium fuel units to power these 3 nuclear power plants? We are using the uranium fuel unit alternate recipe. If we use fuel rods, the entire thing changes. So tracing back through, this is what the plan is. And some of these numbers are not very even. It's a bit higgledy on all over the place. And there's also some things that are really small, like you need half a constructor of cable or this level of power. So the actual throughput of resources, this requires 99 iron, 85 copper, 27 coal, 65 deuterium, 54 quartz, 50 sulfur, 50 uranium. It's not much resources to get that amount of power, but you need this huge complicated plan to get it and get it efficiently. So this is where I sort of do my number balancing, and I'll change alt recipes and I'll see what these values are, because basically I've figured out where all the resources are in the area that I need to get, so that not everything's in the swamp, but things are fairly nearby the swamp, so I can get a train line that will pull those things into the swamp. But then you have the waste. And so the next plan is a separate plan to deal with the uranium cleanup. This was the alternate one. Which was the good one? I think this was the reasonable one. So the amount of waste coming in here is kind of a factor of the output from the other one. And then this is the plan here to process the waste. And it's as complicated, if not more complicated, than the actual uranium power. And this gives you plutonium fuel rods, which you can then sink, or power your drones with it, or something like that. Or you could plug it into more reactors and get more power. But really, phase 1, I'm just aiming to sink it. The power will come from uranium, and then I will sink the plutonium rods so that everything is clean. But you look at these quantities, it's like 9 deuterium, 20 bauxite, 32 coal, 37 copper, 50 iron. These aren't big numbers. But again, I'm kind of aiming that this is a slice of production. This isn't the full scale. So once I figure out what alt recipes I want, then I will switch over to the Satisfactory modeler. And I will throw everything in here as a plan, and I will start to sort of group things together. So here I've said that first output, I'm going to make 6 of those. So instead of making 15 gigawatts, we're going to make 90 gigawatts. Actually, it'll say it over here. Yeah, 90. There it is. Now, long term, I might make this 12, and I might make these overclocked to 250%. And that'll be 225 gigawatts. So long term, that is probably the plan, is to do 225 gigawatts of power. But for first, I'll start with 200%, and I will only make 6 of them. But I need to plan space so that I can ramp this up to 12 and double the number later on. Yugo, it was just that Calcifer, my son, is currently looking up sound effects for Subnautica, and we'll see if we can get something together for tomorrow night. So I've now broken it up into a number of different sections. So this is the reactor line, which is basically, this is the only bit that has uranium. Everything else here is before the uranium. And this particular line is just 4 manufacturers, and then they go into the 3 power plants. So each branch of this nuclear plant will have basically a run of this and will output 60 waste at the end. So then you need all these materials coming into it. So, well, where do we get quick wire from? Well, we can get the quick wire just from a stack of 10 assemblers. Easy. And so when we bump this up to 12, that stack of 10 assemblers just becomes a stack of 20. Easy. Similarly, the silica, we're just making constructors, but these are the more complicated parts. So the electromagnetic control rods, so basically all the stuff to make those, I've split into another blueprint. And so I'll make this as a blueprint, and then I'll stack it up 9 times. And so when we double it, I'll just stack it up twice as high. So each of these is sort of a sub-blueprint to make a different resource. Yeah, so when we get to building, we'll make a blueprint for each of these, and then we were using existing simple blueprints to make those. This is sort of just ore resource processing, so this just takes all your ore resources in. So to make 6 times this, which was 90 gigawatts, it'll take 1200 iron, under 800 copper, 200 coal, 440 deuterium, 324 quartz. It's not too bad. And this is including the cleanup. So this cleanup process is sort of a separate blueprint or a separate outpost that takes the output of the waste to here, and then it outputs the rod here. So this one I haven't fully refactored to blueprints, so it's pretty much just everything lying loose at the moment. But I will sort of optimize this and sort of group them together in order to make this a blueprint, so that I don't have to manually build the whole thing 1.8 times. I'm not sure. This is an outpost, so it's not how many times it is at the moment. And see, this is taking control rods as well. So this is very easy. I can plug in a different number and get a different layout. So that is the plan. As you can see, it's pretty huge. I've been playing with this plan for quite a while, and I've been looking at where to build it, and basically it's going to be radiating out over most of the swamp. So there will probably, the next session will be sort of surveying the swamp, putting down sort of a rough layout of where all the factory sections are going to be put. And then we'll start working on the blueprints and carry on from there. But this is going to take many sessions to finish. It is a long-term project, and I want the VR mod to be stable before I sort of kick this off and leave into it, because currently I'm kind of distracted with editing the mod. So that is the plan. It's a bit daunting, to be honest, and I'm wondering if I keep putting it off because it is such a huge project. And I've done large projects before, but this is probably the most fiddly with so many different moving parts. So let me jump back into VR and we will do something which is not difficult. We'll just mince around and do some small project work. But we've now got the protection for radiation, and we've also got ammunition, because we're going to need ammunition in the swamp. So we are prepared to go into the swamp. Phew, okay. It's just exhausting thinking about it all. Let me just put my headset back on. I need to reconnect. And did that work? It worked! Hurrah! I am now back in my bunker. Nothing has eaten me. So is that hog around? I don't know. Let's go see how our power's looking. So it was up to 98, I think, before. Oh, look, we're already back to 100. Okay, so we have plenty of power for now. And I've got the dreaded cursor. Hang on, let me get rid of that cursor. Cursor be gone. What are you talking about, Yukio? We're doing satisfactory stuff here at the moment. So I think for the rest of it, I'm going to play around with extending my train line. It's not going to be finished tonight, but we do need to run a train line out to the uranium. It's not the uranium, the aluminium plant. So we will continue with that, or make a start on it, but it's not going to be finished tonight by a long shot. Now we have a factory. There's a factory there with a train line. I think there's another factory through here with a train line. Oh, grab this while we're here. And so we're going to bring a train line probably along here and then up the slopes here. It's going to go a long way, and I might try blueprinting some sections, because I've been, as those who have been watching regularly, it's been a bit of a free-form train line where I keep saying I'm going to go back and put in supports later on, and then I never go around to it because there's always something, a bigger project to do. You can't let it slide? Okay, so here's the train line here. This is where it loops back to the other zones. Makes sense. Can't read any one part of the conversation. Expect to be normal. So this is through here a very roughshod. It's not assembly director systems. What is it? It's the other project part. This was needed to finish the previous phase. These guys, adaptive control units. So this is a quick adaptive control unit factory I threw together. It's still missing architecture and borders and everything else like that. We all know install is in favor of a new one. I'm really trying to finish things before I start the next thing in this. But there are some left behind projects that I'll get back to eventually. So I think I will fork the train line here, and I need to find a way to cut through the terrain. I mean, that's a nice crevasse there, but it's not nice to get down to. Oh, it's a river. I mean, I could cut through there, not there, here. And then through there. That might be pretty. Because we are going with for pretty more than uniform here. Everyone else is just lurking and listening. They're not reading chat. There are other people there. So if I drag that off that way, and heads through the trees there. So if I freeform beam this direction like that, I want to go around the tree, so it's probably going to be about there. Then I can connect that to there before I get run over by this train coming through. Off. Keep falling off. Which means we probably want a signal. It could probably be around the corner here, actually. Listening and watching the game while playing a different game? Yeah, that's a lot of people do that. And straight sticking his head out. Okay. This bit is going to be very freeform through here, so I'm not going to be bothered with blueprinting this bit because this bit is going to be wiggly. So is that going to pass that tree enough? I think that's probably fine. We may need to blow up some of these trees. I mean, the train will just run through them, it doesn't care. I was going to go around the corner there, so... Except I want to miss that. Oh, this is going to be a tight corner. I might need to go lower here to get under that. Even with technical issues, it's remarkable. Now, there's no use panicking over technical issues or anything like that. You just got to make do with what you got. Soldier on. And it's good to have enthusiastic people in the chat as well. Playing another game called Work. I do tend to watch a lot of streams while I'm at work as well, so keep coming, carry on. Yep. This is still going to be a bit squeezy as far as hitting those rocks. This might have been a terrible idea to come through here with a train. I think I'm going to need to come straight before I turn here, because otherwise it's not going to be sharp enough. Again, totally winging at this free form here. The idea is as you bring your rail around to be perpendicular to the beam, and then just stick your beam out from there. And you can't build there. Well, I could clip straight through the top bit. It's not going to stop me doing that. Oh, a person's in the way. Yeah, do it. If I make this go down, I I wonder if it's going to bite me in the butt when I get to the other side. Actually, let's try and get around that tree. This is a very windy rail. I don't think the train's going to fit there. I think that's going to hit its roof. Regrets. Oof. Okay, that is actually closer than I thought. That's pretty close. I reckon I can drop that just a smidge more, and we'll be able to fit. Which means this one needs to drop down here. This one. So this one needs to go down a smidge, except it doesn't like that being there. Whoa! Just plummet into the water. Now I'm going to wonder if we're going to hit that edge, so probably want to do this a bit further forward. When you lay rails in Foundry, the rocks get out of your way. I guess Foundry has deformable terrain, doesn't it? I mean, if you've got deformable terrain, that does help a lot with that kind of thing, but there are extra complications in Satisfactory that they did not go the route of deformable terrain. Did I mention that this is going to be a major train line that trains are going to be ripping down? Whoa, whoa, fell off. Okay. Okay, that fits. Does it fit a little further on though, where that next rock is? That's looking a bit close. Yes, it does. And how about that rock that's ahead? No, it doesn't. It's going to clip this bit. Whoop, 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 whoop. Why watch when you can work? Work when you watch a random guy play Satisfactory. Spent all this time making sure everything was out in the open for nothing. You can drive trains through solid rock. In fact, you can do an underground train network in Satisfactory. I was tempted to do it for this playthrough, but I might do it in the next playthrough instead. There is a whole other world underground. Oh, wrong one, wrong one. Crap. Where did that connect? Yeah, it's about there. How do you get through the rock? With a hypertube. I have demoed it before, but I can demo it again if people are interested. I might even still have the blueprint. Blueprint. Was it messy? That doesn't seem right. No, that was my splitter. Was it test? Ah, here it is. Yeah, this one. Let me go somewhere there's power, because I will need to power this. Okay, so this is the blueprint. It is basically a hypertube from the top to the bottom vertically. That's all there is to it. But instead of just building it like that, you go where you want to burrow underground, and then you nudge it underground. Like so. And then you power it. And then you save the game. You can, yeah, and then you can just go through here, and here we are underground. We are actually embedded in some rock here, but you can see it is quite open here. This is a very rocky, hilly part. In fact, it looks like we're almost inside a cave under here. But you get the idea. That is how you can get underground. Can I get out? Yes. Now you can do a similar thing with a blueprint with a train tunnel, where you have a train track along the blueprint and you have tunnel entrances and you have the entire thing closed, and you just nudge it into the side of a hill, and then you connect your train up and your train can just drive straight into the side of the hill. Hey Essenbar, how's it going? The mod is back. It was actually back a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, I am still testing it, and it is nearly ready for wider release. So yes, so there's a very cool train arch tunnels where people have sort of blacked an entrance but have a rail going through, and you nudge it into the side of the hill, and then they have a complete set of blueprints for a train in a tunnel that they put all the way under the ground, under the earth, and then they come out the other side in a different place entirely. And so that is how you can build underground. It's also, you can use it for, I've seen a blueprint where someone had similar sort of thing with a hypertube, and then underground they had a factory of smelters. And so next to a miner, they'd put this thing and they'd nudge all the smelters under the ground, and they'd have a conveyor going down with the raw ore and a conveyor coming up with the processed ore. So you just had a miner, goes in one entrance and comes out the other as processed ore. And the entire smelting factory is completely underground. And then they have a hypertube so they can get down and maintain it. So there are tricks to getting underground, to whether you want to build transport there or hide factories there or build drone armies there. But this is a very hilly, rocky area, so this area is not the best to do it in, really. I'm going to walk off the edge if I'm not careful here. So this is going to go right through the top of that tree, so it's actually not quite around enough. Maybe I just do go directly over the top of the tree. Okay, let's see if our train fits now. So still clear there, and this bit here, we are clear. So now from here we can go anywhere we want down this direction. I think I might actually take this more from the end. Okay, what have we got ahead? See, this is the thing, is like, was it a bad move to come down here? Is this going to lead me to doom? Or can I actually weave a train line through here to a useful place? Weave. What direction are we facing? Oh, there's an icon missing. Oh, the mod release is cancelled. There's an icon missing. Yeah, this does not look like a very useful place to go, actually. I may have come this way for nothing. 1.4k points. You'll get job scared tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. There's a dead end canyon. I don't know this area very well, so yes, that is not a very good place to take my train line. So all that fiddling through that little valley there was kind of pointless. I mean, this opens up in the other direction, which is where the rest of the train line goes. So I guess I need to come across the top. There's a cliff face all the way along here. That's really annoying. Is there any way through? I mean, I could go sort of up there. That's kind of a low area. It would be nice if we could come across here, because there's kind of a natural bridge here. And that kind of heads upwards. Ah! And that's not too much of a reach to get over here, but that's still hilly. The hill keeps going. I'm trying to get to the river. Well, you're just going to hit the summer sleep if you charge there. Too slow. Maybe I should work back from where I'm trying to get to. Okay, this is quite high up compared to the other area. Interesting. Because I'd like it to come through here and sort of head that way and then off through the crater lakes. So this way, sort of through here, is really the best way to go. Actually, I could go up there. Okay. There is a ramp up there. But it's a long way away. This is why it's good to scout an area before you get too far into the build. Okay, how about this way? Okay, that's where that river was. So maybe cutting up through here is one of the more gradual ways up. And we follow the river and cut up through there. That actually does seem to be one of the better directions. Still pretty steep. Like the nice bright crosshair, the purple dot. We appreciate your stream today. Help me relax and even sleep a bit. You're logging up, are you, future? Yeah, you can change the color of the dot too. I think by default it's red. So it is like just primary colors. I didn't put too many options in there because, you know, that's effort. Magenta is what it currently is. I think red is the default, but magenta tends to be, to me, the better contrasting color in most scenarios. Okay, there's rail. Oh, hang on, that is rail there. So if I just head upwards instead of down, I can actually keep this bit of rail here. There's just no use bringing it down any further. We need to start going upwards here. I mean, we brought it down to fit under there. So this rail is here. It clears that bit and it clears that bit. From here, if we start going upwards, then we head up straight through the river. So this actually is going to be a reasonable bit of stuff to use. No problem, Future. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your weekend. Looking forward to doing a VR tour. I think I'll end your series with that. Cool, cool. Might have to switch yours to magenta. Like, maybe it would be cool if I had a color shifting dot that could dynamically change color based on what the background was. That tree is blowing in the wind. I think that's possibly the first time I've really noticed the wind effects. New in 1.2. Cool. These are a lot more bendy than these trees, though. Who's growling at me? Is it you? Dark green will not blend in with the grass. See? I'm going to play until Satisfactory Plus is working again, though. Oh, okay. Are you looking forward to Fix-A-Cam? Yeah, Fix-A-Cam does tend to take a while for them to fix up. Although I wouldn't imagine much has changed to break it, but maybe it has. So if we pull control, that will go straight that way. It's probably a decent direction to go. Oh, shush you. Yeah, I'm going to clip the branches. Evacs off games-based camera functions. Well, actually, that's something I haven't tested a lot of, is because I support the camera mode, so you can take photos with the camera here, or you can do decoupled camera here to take your shots. And you've got the settings. I need to disable this because if you go into selfie mode, yeah, my mod does not. Oh, that is a bit disconcerting. Yeah. but that's just the player camera, and the whole point of Fix-A-Cam is it has its own cameras. So I don't imagine there would be too much that would mess with custom cameras. Okay, that is a little steeper. That's a bit more gradual if I put it from there. I'm a bad person if I redeem first, even though I'm not first. You can redeem first any time you want. It knows whether you really were first or not and will respond as appropriate. So you can go ahead and redeem first if you wish.
Nice try, Yukiugo, but Realm of Rust beat you to it. Congratulations on second place.
Barely building, I don't actually know what I'm talking about. Like, Fix-A-Cam is a very complicated mod. I fully understand that, but I actually haven't looked into whether he's actively working on it. or not at this stage. It is, I think the source is available, so one could possibly download the source and give it a go yourself if you are impatient. And I know some people rely on fix-it cams, so, and there would be a lot of content creators who are certainly hanging out waiting for it. That bean was hiding in that tree there. Almost got away with it too. I can do with the dolly settings. Oh yeah, no. Well, this is the thing. Is like when they first did that, I remember the Fix-It Cam author was a little. It's like, oh, you don't need Fix-It Cam anymore because you know, the game's got it built in, and it's like the game's new stuff is very basic and not repeatable. Or at least I don't think there's a way of saving the settings of the current default game dolly cam so that you can repeat a take, like between game saves and such. And that's the great thing about Fix-It Cam is you can set your pass up and then you can repeat it as many times as you want. You know, build a whole new factory and then do the same camera pass again. This is a bit wobbly, but you know, it's weaving through a forest, so I think that's acceptable. I just hope this isn't too steep. I better not put too many... I've learnt the hard way, do not put stop signals up an incline. You wait until the train has reached the top before you let it stop. Okay, so here, I think I'm going to follow the river this way. So if I put it like that way, then I do another one on top, but in default mode, that will be level. Actually, a little rise is probably good then. What's the steepest train track you can make? So the normal way of doing angled train tracks is to have a ramp like this. And the recommendation is to use a 2 meter ramp. So it's basically a 2 meter rise every 8 meters. The train can do a little more. It can kind of do 3 meters. But there is no 3 meter rise. So if I do this here like this. So that's about what my ramp is. So my train is probably fine with that steep. So you can go steeper. It's just if you have a heavy train and it stops part way up, it may not have enough power to start again. So that's why I've figured out I have a couple of bits of my rail that are quite steep. And I've had to basically remove the signals along that area. So any train going up the hill basically has right of way, it has priority. And that way it can make it over the hill. It needs to come around a bit more. That way you let the train get to the top of the hill before you tell it, right, you need to give way to another train. So this method here with the pillars, there was a lot of math in the video that covered it, but I found that actually freehand winging it works quite well. Do I want to cut through here, or do I want to keep following the river? I might keep following the river. Kind of. Not the straightest river. Go up steeper slopes with more locos? Yes, yes. There are certainly ways to counteract having a heavy train. if you plan for it. Okay, so I am still going up there a little bit on that rail, but that's probably fine because I think there is still a bit of a slope here. I just don't want to dip down. I am actually going closer to the ground here than I usually do with rails, because I have a bunch of blueprints to basically add rail supports. So the way I do the supports is... do I actually have it on here somewhere? Track support. Okay, so this concrete pillar here, you can slide anywhere along here. So you put a pillar there like that, and then you get your track support blueprint like this, and you... I'm too low to the ground. Let's put this above. Oops. No, I said track support, thank you. So that's the track support, and then I run red beams sort of along the edges here. And the idea was that you could fit a hypertube. Well, there's two things. You've got cables along the side so you can zip line, but that means you have to be above the ground a certain amount. I was thinking of putting hypertubes underneath. That's probably, the hypertubes are probably a bit more lenient because you can go through rock with hypertubes and it doesn't count. But I have some sections where you can zip line along the edges like this, but that's a bit low to the ground to zip line along, especially over that lump. You keep getting kicked off the zip line. Oh, it's an alpha. Bailey says have to go shopping, do adult things for a bit. Oh, no problems, Bailey. Thanks for hanging out. One should love doing is turning up a rotation cam around the blueprinter. Yes, yes. A lot of my early videos did circles around the blueprinter to show off builds and to look at builds from different angles. My very over-engineered videos on doing hypertube junctions. Okay, so that is actually dropping down. So if I do that one, that will keep it level. And if I land on the ground, I'm going to get pummeled. Floor is lava. Actually, I'm getting so close to the ground, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these guys jumps up on the beam. I better watch myself. Yeah, let's keep this one level. Although if it goes a little higher, that's actually probably okay. A bit noisy. And they give you more reasons to build underground because you could probably zip line down there. Yeah, but the underground stuff I would enclose so that you don't know that you're underground. I mean, usually people just build way above the ground. Some people just build entire factories on floating platforms way above the ground. I like the terrain and I like the challenge of trying to build around the terrain. So I tend to try and hug the train a bit closer than is really needed. So this whole train line, I've got to build this train line much higher. off the ground the whole way, but I went through that little curve under the rocks just because it's a bit more interesting. Okay. Guess we can probably stretch out. You guys are noisy. You know, I have a rifle now. Equipment is what I want. And stop building. One rifle. Homing ammo. So the homing ammo you can probably just aim in the general direction. Oh crap! Okay. This is where the homing rifle comes in handy. Yeah. Yeah. See, I can get jump scared by stingers. The stinger just leapt out of nowhere on top of that hog. He's ugly. Okay, it's quiet again. I want to plan a transport blueprint that has all means of transport built in, but I don't know how I want to do it yet. Shoot them all. Yeah, like I've seen, you know, people with massive highways which have the road and the train and everything sort of built in. And I've done a road system before which heavily used blueprints. It was actually a road-only playthrough, so there weren't actually any trains. But yeah, I've seen ones with the road and the train and the hypertube and also power and you know, conveyor belts and pipelines for water as well, all in a single blueprint, and they are pretty impressive. Like, if you want to go major infrastructure, that is a pretty good way of doing it. Hey, Lifesaver 74 with the raid and my raid message. Oh, there's my raid message.
Lifesaver 74 is leading a force of 33 viewers.
Wow, welcome
Thanks
everybody.
for the raid, Lifesaver 74,
Hi.
and welcome everyone to the channel.
LaChris, hey, LaChris, how's it going? Mortal Tombat Gaming. Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to my humble little Satisfactory in VR channel. We are playing Satisfactory a bit different from what you might normally see. Did you know that on the homing ammo there is a little circuit board on the back of the ammo clip? These are the things you can discover in VR. VR is awesome. Lifesaver, yes, it is. This is the way. Do you play yourself in VR, Lifesaver? I assume you were playing Satisfactory. So now I'm going to hug the coast with my train line. This is still going to be pretty curvy, but we are... Okay, do I keep it level from here on out? I think I might. Although that's a little higher. Not seriously? Oh, you tried it once. Okay. This is a pretty intense game in VR if you are new to VR. I would not necessarily recommend a new player leap straight into Satisfactory VR. That said, I do know some crazy people who have bought VR headsets solely to play Satisfactory in VR. Being the Pobcac the Wizard being the most obvious one. And like, yeah, VR can be challenging for the motion for new people. Because it tricks your brain into things that aren't really there, and your brain can protest, and so it's simulated. It's not motion sickness, it's simulator sickness, but it is a real thing, and some people don't get it at all. Some people get it really badly and learn to get over it over time. Other people never get over it. But I am a veteran VR person, and I have been playing a lot of things in VR for a very long time. So you can shoot me out of a hypertube cannon in VR, and I have no problems with it. Now, it is a little tricky to show VR on a stream, because what I'm seeing, you see a flat picture, but I am actually in the world. Like, everything is 3D, and it's not exactly necessarily much wider, but there is a more periphery, and it's much easier to look around at the gorgeous world that Croffy Stain have created here. It really is a fantastic world to explore in VR. I am not from Boston. Your VR in 2018.
Incoming
old school.
propaganda broadcast detected.
Not by it
Please
specifically.
seek shelter.
Satisfactory was the game that I was most into when I got to VR. That's cool, Justice Guy. Freak VR. You think I'm from Boston or Alabama? That is curious. You are on the wrong side of the world, I'm afraid. I'm a true blue Aussie. I'm on the west coast of Australia, and I have lived in Australia my entire life. For those who are like old school Satisfactory people, I'm from the same country that the community manager Jace was from originally.
Hey, Freak VR just followed you.
And so if I was doing a Jace impression, I'd have to go like, "Howdy, partner, how's it going?" or something like that. That's his Australian parody, which isn't Australian at all because his natural accent is Australian. And now I'm over-explaining. How are we all this evening? You were close, just the wrong side of the country. Thank you very much for the follow, Freak VR. Welcome. Partner? No Aussie would say partner in seriousness. That's for sure. Not a very Australian terminology. Kind of there. So this evening, we're not doing any massive projects this evening. We're kind of doing small projects. We are planning and preparing for a very large nuclear build over the following weeks. So one of the things we've been automated lately is we've automated homing ammo, and we've automated the iodine-infused filters. We've automated those earlier in the stream, just a basic setup, because we are going to be heading into the swamp, hence the rifle with the ammo. And basically I'm going to turn the swamp into a large nuclear facility. Let me just sneak up on these guys and take them out. If you crouch, the flying crabs will leave you alone. Even if you're flying through the air in a jetpack, if you crouch, they'll leave you alone. They do not like tall people. Stop shooting me! That's just easy mode, that is. Okay. Got to work, Lurk? No problems, Lifesaver. Thanks very much for the raid. Got a deadline in 45 minutes. Oh, good luck. I haven't cleaned up here. I've obviously stolen the drop pod, but not taken all the loot or cleaned up the other wreckage. Yeah, I'll leave the wreckage there. Bit of scenery. Okay, so we've got the rail to here. We could go through the arches. I'm not going up through there to the Pink Forest, although if we ever do a Pink Forest train line, this is actually probably a really good place to branch off and go into there. So my train network is very non-standard. I have basically a single rail loop with offshoots and cross platforms, and everything is freeform and wobbly. So I'm trying to hug the terrain and follow the contours of the terrain. Seek shelter immediately. Okay, so we can't really get up there. We could go through the cave. There's a cave here that we could go through. bit tight, but... Oh, I wonder if there's stingers in here. Could bring the train line through here. Yeah. I was waiting for it. You don't like tall people. Okay. Well, I do need to take a break because Twitch wants to hit some of you with ads. So I will find I don't know if there is a safe spot around here, so I'm going to go back down here.
It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Wow, that kicked in quick. How did that happen? I didn't press anything and it's already done the ad break message. Huh. Did I miss an alert? I might have missed an alert. Okay, let me just get safe, and we will take that ad break. Some of my alerts are not working tonight. Something weird's going on. So let me just put down a personal bunker for some safety. I did miss an alert. Okay. That's my bad. I was distracted talking to people and putting on bad accents. Okay, I'm going to go to drink. I'll be back in 2 minutes once the ad break's finished. Back soon. Okay, we are back. In 1.2 you can actually pause the world. Yes, you can pause the world. So, and I have got it so that if I hit the pause button and you're in the pause menu, the smoke is paused at the back. I can still look around, which is interesting. Although my hand freezes, that's interesting. This is an error, this frozen hand here. I might have to fix that in the mod. Because basically, some things freeze, but I had problems where the menu didn't work when paused. because all my customizations also paused. So my hand here is one of them that I will need to actually exclude from the pausing. So yes, we have found another bug tonight. That's useful. But the problem with this is like if I pause the game like this, and then I switch to add mode, and then I put my controller down, I will often bump the grip button. And if I bump the grip button, it closes the pause menu. So while I can pause it, it's not necessarily... I've bumped the grip button so many times that I just still will try and at least be in a safe spot before I do stop. Okay, so we do need to go across here. Where's the center point? So we use freeform to get the direction, but if we want it to be level, we then need to do a beam on top of the freeform and switch to default mode, and that default mode will go in the same direction, but it will be level instead of at an angle. So that's how you can get a freeform angle, but a level. Now, is this going to miss the edge there, or do I need to come forward a bit? That's a bit close. I think I do need to come forward. Oh, it's going to be tight. That's better. It's a bit of a tight. Oh, there we go. So we didn't actually finish scouting here, so we're trying to decide if we go through the cave or up the hill. I think I'm just going to go up the hill. There's not a lot of clearance there, and as I said, I like my rails close to the ground, but I like to leave a bit of room so I can fit a hypertube under it, or possibly have a zip line along the side that is usable. This is all very much, we're just aiming to get across the countryside. We're still not, we're nowhere near where we need to go. So up here we have one of the big coal power stations. Now I'm just going to run out of fuel here. So this is the latest coal station I built, which is producing a decent amount of power, but we are on phase 4, so in the grand scheme of things, it's not a particularly large amount of power, because we have skipped fuel power and we're going to go straight to nuclear. So under here, as part of this build, is all the batteries. So where we were looking at running out of power early in the evening, this was the batteries that were keeping us cropped up. So this grey line here is mostly coal power with a little bit of thermo generator power. The orange line is our use. This was actually very slowly dropping earlier in the session, so we did tap a few more geothermal nodes in the peak forest to help get us to be power positive. But we will be in the next session, probably, hopefully, starting a large nuclear build with the aim of solving our power needs for the rest of the playthrough. So train line, there's not enough room to run the train along the back unless I go over the generators. I mean, I could, but it's going to be tight, and it's basically going to be encroaching on the coal power generator build. So I don't think I'm going to go that way. I think I'm just going to run it straight along the back here. And if I run it sort of in line with this conveyor, sort of over the top here, straight down there. Actually, we do want to probably curve and go down the slope, don't we? Because if I remember this area, the best way for a train line to go is down here, and then there's a gentle slope down into the next zone down this way. So we go down there and around. Basically, we're trying to get to the oil fields way over there because that's where our aluminium production is currently. Just lost a lot of my points, so just so I could scare you with that stinger attack. Well, you got to pick your timing. If it's too obvious, I know that it's not just an alert. But as I said, Allmine, who's a Satisfactory modder, has a mod that allows me to, well, will hopefully allow me to spawn real stingers. So one thought is that I will have the redeem set up so that there is a random chance of when you play the sound effect of a stinger that it actually summons a real one, which will be very useful in the swamp. Hello? Hello? Wow, this is tough. Can I just steal the slugs through the... Whoa! My headset just dropped out. Hello, headset. Okay, we're back. Can you make the power out SFX actually trip a switch? That was a question. Can we make the power out actually flip the switch? I'm sure it's possible. It would probably need another modification. But yes, maybe. Okay, this maybe this needs a bit more firepower. There we go. But no, it will not be a 50% chance. So you'll have to save up your redeems. Like 10% would be generous, but maybe while I'm in the swamp, sorry, 10%? Yeah, 10%. Maybe I'll make it like 20-25% when I'm in the swamp, just for that swamp bonus. I was gonna say, something's shooting at me. Kind of feel sorry for them. The problem is if the actual summoning of a stinger is too easy or too frequent, then I'm just going to be fighting stingers the whole time, and that's not very exciting. So it's got to be a random chance to keep me on my toes. Otherwise, it's not particularly fun. Like that stinger over there, that actually surprised me. And good on him. And the best stingers are the ones that leap out of the shadows when you're not expecting them. So again, I'm using freeform mode to get the angle I want, and then I'm doing another beam on top of it in default mode to get the it level. This is at a bit of an angle though. Actually, could probably drag this a fair way. Try and get it perpendicular. I mean, the way to get it perpendicular, because these are level, we can actually snap a foundation on these. Like this. So we could do a dead straight one using foundations. And then connect that like that. So this is dead straight based on the foundation, although there might be a very slight angle change, because I wouldn't be surprised if these are snapping to the nearest 1 degree, because this, my headset's gone again. Wake up, headset. Stingers, the poison stingers will take off most of your health in one attack if they get on top of you. The large stingers will take off a fair chunk of your health per attack. Your broker's points. Well, you need to save your points then. But the stingers, the way they jump 50 foot in the air is quite terrifying if you think you're safe on the ground. There's a lot of it. They are just very mobile, and they are quite unpredictable in their movements. They move erratically, and they will try and circle around you. They're pretty much the most scariest creature in any horror video game, and it's not even a horror video game. Like, the reason I can deal with stuff in Subnautica is because I've dealt with stingers for so long, thousands of hours. So no, that's still not perfectly straight. If that's not straight, I might as well curve it a bit. Although I'd rather not run into that, so maybe I do come straight and then curve up the hill. But all the mobs in this game are friendly to others, except stingers. Stingers will attack, as you saw, they just attacked that wild boar, even though the boar was just minding its own business and wanting to eat me, and that stinger was just ripping into it. If I find another big one, I'll let him take a bite out of me and I'll see how much health it takes off. But I think it takes off about 1/3 of your health. But the problem is like they are just... I mean, if you know the tricks, you can get away from them. But they will jump 50 foot in the air to get at you if they think they can. Oh, that one's dead level already. Nice. I'm being shot at. Wow, he's a bullet sponge. Oh, explosives. I mean, stingers are particularly bad early in the game before you get a jetpack. If you're bound to the ground, if you're not particularly maneuverable, then it's obviously much harder to get away from them then. Jetpack, you can kind of fly around and strafe, and they're not too hard to dodge if you know they're there. What kind of games do I like to play? Well, I'm playing this game most. Bean, get out of the way. Go on, shoot. So I do like survival crafting games, but I do tend to prefer ones with automation like Satisfactory in it. I do get a bit tired of handcrafting bit after bit after bit all the time. I'd much rather have some system where I can automate it. But as I said, I have several thousand hours in Satisfactory. It is definitely my most played game. Outside of World of Warcraft, I guess. Maybe I've got as many hours in World of Warcraft. That's a very different type of game, and that was a very many years ago when I had a lot of free time. But I'm definitely enjoying Subnautica. The survival stuff isn't too onerous, and the crafting stuff isn't too onerous, and the setting and atmosphere in Subnautica is fantastic. I like a bit of base building, and Subnautica's got reasonably good base building in it. It gives you a bit of something creative to do. Not to the level that Satisfactory does, but it's still reasonable. But I also play Helldivers 2 for something completely different. Play that with my buds. Play mini golf in VR. Oh, it doesn't quite reach. If I rotate it, is it going to look terrible? It's a bit terrible, isn't it? It's not quite straight. So yeah, I do play quite a few co-op games with different people. I've done co-op Satisfactory playthrough with my family. Okay, now we're going that way or we're going that way? I think we're going to go that way around that corner. Sort of follow this curve here. Not Helldivers VR, no. I would love some Helldivers in VR. Like Helldivers, the way they do the immersive explosions in the background is just amazing. It is a very old, crusty game engine, and it's also multiplayer. So even if you did get VR working with Helldivers, I reckon the anti-cheat would probably ban you for injecting something into your game. But something like Helldivers in VR would be amazing. And I know there's a game coming out soon-ish that is aiming to try and be Helldivers-ish. I think I might start the rail back further. Although it is a tall ask to get quite the level of detail, because like Helldivers is a very beautiful detailed game, and I don't know how performant that would be in VR. Okay, maybe I do want to come out this direction a bit more. Well, you be quiet down there. Jeez. These alphas are so noisy. What do we got? Clusters? Oh, you ran away. Oops. like, this is not a very practical weapon. I'm doing it because it's fun. Okay. Now they can rest peacefully. Don't like horror without the building. I don't like gratuitous body horror stuff. I do like thriller stuff though. So like Half-Life Alyx was amazing. I've never really played any Resident Evil games. They don't really interest me. Maybe I'll try 4 someday because that seems to be a bit more action oriented. In VR, of course. They have good VR mods. How low did that manta ray just come through? Is he going to fly through my train line? Ooh, you dirty rat. Kind of hoping the Steam frame will do a theater mode with head tracking that works like controller gyro mode. Ooh, that might be interesting. The Steam controller will have gyro, so you could use that for aiming. Apparently, it's quite good for. No, I'm not doing FNAF ever. I have no interest in FNAF. I don't even know if I'd be scared at FNAF. Like, jump scares will make me jump, but I don't know if I'd actually be scared. It's just not ever something I've been interested in. Okay, this is a bit steeper here, so maybe we do need to swing around. Yeah, that's a sharp corner. Something is shooting at me. Luckily it's hitting the pole that knows below me. Actually, let's go. Actually, there is like a shotgun type 1 ammo for that. Let's try that. Not the stun. Shatter. Gyro's great for making thumbsticks more bearable. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't tried gyro aiming myself, but I think I would prefer gyro aiming to thumbstick aiming. I hate thumbstick aiming. Like, the best aiming is VR aiming, because you just point. I have a long history of mouse aiming, but I think a controller with gyro might be tolerable. I could probably tweak this to have it a bit smoother later on, but at the moment I'm just trying to get it. Like, we're about a quarter of the way there now. Okay. Okay, that's a bit too kinky this way. Let's move that back a little bit. Oi! You! Oh, that missed. Like, I'm using the worst weapon for spitters. I'm using a short-range shotgun blast. That's something that's got long range. Where did that alpha go? It's probably good for alpha hogs, because short-range shotgun... Yeah, that's quite effective against alphas. Build a train track. What else did I do? I talked to you guys. Well, I kind of finished the other projects I had for tonight, and it's too late for me to start the nuclear project. And this is still an interesting test for me to test the mod to make sure the mod is working. Plus, I'm going to try out all the weapons, which, you know... Okay, that's not enough to any... I do need to wrap it up soon, because it is actually very late at night here. And it's been a pretty long stream. Okay, here we go. The ironic thing is this rail is coming this way, so I can't catch a train back. I mean, I could, I'd just be going backwards along the line, which would probably be detrimental to any other trains coming the other direction. Whoop, 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 no, no, no. Wrong direction. I probably do want to start leveling out, actually, probably about there. Whoa. It is nearly 11 PM. I actually wanted to head that way, so I need to start turning before this point. Ooh, that is still quite high. I do actually want to start dropping, I think. Okay, so if we're doing this properly... no. The problem is he's such a noisy beast. That's why I've killed a few of them. It's like, just shut up. You're not going to take a bite out of me. Just give it up, mate. I was just supposed to watch someone else today. I've been waiting for 3 hours on that already. Oh, okay. That's actually a pretty decent line, so I'll keep going with that line. So if you do a beam straight off the end of a beam, it does not go straight. That's leveled out. So to keep it going straight, you attach a... This guy's going to actually have a go at me, isn't he? Ah! Not if I can do this while jetpacking. Or, you know, I actually have a hover pack, and I am in range of power here, so... Sounds like last Friday night. See, with a hover pack, this is much easier. So that is actually kind of curving a little, which is not terrible, but is kind of terrible. I think I'm going to redo this. So I can get power to hover from the train line, which I've actually just completely forgotten this entire time. So I could have been using the hover pack all this time. Just as long as I don't go too far away from the rail, otherwise I will start dropping. You're not bringing power with you the whole way? Yes, yes, I've just answered that question coincidentally. Yeah, the rail does have power the entire way. So yes, I could have been using hover pack the entire time. I think I'm just so used to doing it with the rocket, the jetpack, because I haven't really done much of this rail work since unlocking the hover pack. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, so finally, I think, almost ready to start curving. Could go a bit further. Now, are we going to eyeball this, or are we going to actually measure it? This should be grid snapped, so if I grid snap there, it is it lined up with the grid? Yes, okay, so grid snap will get me the line I need. I can probably actually do a foundation run along here. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I might need to drop this down a little lower. Maybe. So now that we're on foundations, we can exactly align it up. And I think just bring this along as far as we can, which is probably about there. I think that angle's okay. This is maybe a little higher, but it gives me plenty of clearance to get over the conveyors there, so I think that's probably a good thing. Now we need to run along here. So because we're kind of circling around the rest of this facility, it's probably easier to use foundations to line things up. So let's get it the right height. Put it back. Actually, we can do it back here. Maybe bring it out a little bit. And this, we kind of want to go straight in that direction. So probably from here, we won't go parallel with that. We're just going to wing it straight off the edge of this in that direction. So that can come along here to there. The rail built straight up by a sense, yes. Yeah, the one going straight up into the air, yeah, that's a little steep. Yep. How are we going for add time? 20 minutes. Okay. I might make it to the crest, and then that might be a good point to pause. So the way to do this measurement-wise is to basically have that as 20 meters, and then that as 40 meters. And then the rail that is lined up square with that would be 20 meters from here. So you come out 20 meters here. Basically, you put it to the midpoint of each beam. As long as it's going exactly to the midpoint of each beam and it's fairly level, it will stay perfectly perpendicular the whole time. But I've been just kind of winging it and eyeballing it, and that's been working okay, so... So again, this is a very minor angle, but if we bring it out 20 meters... So if you've got big, long-running runs of train line, this is the best, most accurate way of doing this particular method. And it does mean you can kind of go on ahead and just lay out. Oops, if you get it in the right point. That bit we might actually want to make straight. No, it's very, very minor. See, I've run out of hover space range, so there is a limit to how far the hover pack will go. Okay. And one more. I mean, the 40 meters and then the 20 meter half works better if it's in a curve, whereas these are very gradual curves, so it doesn't really matter. But if you're weaving in and out, then using this method will get you a pretty even curve on each section. But it is pretty late, and I think I want to stop before the next ad break. I'm actually going to snooze it a little. I'm just going to do like a 15-minute tour of what we've done and show you the plan longer term here. So this line here is kind of a secondary thing. This is not needed for the nuclear facility, but this is needed for our long-term aluminium supply. So as mentioned, I'm going to be doing nuclear power. I have 0 fuel generators and I'm on phase 4. So my entire power grid is coal and geothermal power. So we are only producing a maximum of 17 gigawatts at the moment. So as such, we are a bit restricted in what factories we can make. For phase 4 construction, I've only made basic aluminium stuff, nothing to scale, and yeah, none of the other products really, and we certainly haven't started on all the expensive project parts yet. So long term, we will need this train line out to the aluminium to bring the aluminium back for other factories. Actually, before I go too far ahead, I'm going to get some more fuel, because running out of fuel would be bad. So this train line here, my train lines in this world are loops. They are one-directional loops. So this is going to be a huge loop. It's going to cut down this misty path here into this zone, which is the Rocky Desert. We have no factories in the Rocky Desert. We have nothing. We have nothing. But there's going to be a train line down here that will possibly weave through there. The idea is we're getting to the oil that's around the corner, which is where our aluminium production is being done. A 21-second chat delay. Okay, I mean, it would be cool to weave the train down through here, and if I
Pioneer
do...
reinforcements.
Oh!
The Savage 021 is
Savage
leading a force
021.
of 21 viewers. Thanks for the raid, the
another
Savage
raid.
021, and welcome everyone to the channel.
How you going, Savage 21 and Jemda? Hello, we've just been raided by a bunch of savages. Ow! I've been raided by a bunch of killer bees, Laszlo. Sorry, you distracted me. Thank you, Azuren. I promised.
Hey, Joey Two Thumb just followed you.
Hey, Joey Two Thumb. Thank you very much for the follow. How's the building going? The building is going. This has been a bit of a small projects factory. Let me rewind a little bit. As I was saying, I don't have fuel power, even though I'm on phase 4, which means my power situation is a bit dire at the moment. I'm producing about 17 gigawatts of power just through coal and geothermal, and I have a basic aluminium production, but I'm sort of doing the prep work for a big nuclear facility. Now I've avoided fuel power because every time I do fuel power, I make a massive stack of fuel generators with rocket power, and then I never need nuclear. So I'm specifically avoiding it to force myself to do nuclear in this playthrough. Thanks for the follow, Joey Two Thumbs. Wasn't too sure how long you would be on for. Oh yeah, I am actually kind of wrapping up. But this was my last coal power station, to give you some idea of how serious we're going with coal. I mean, it's not massive, but all these generators are 200% overclocked.
Hey, Yorkville _ just followed you.
Yorkville, thank you very much for the follow. So yeah, this is our power graph. So this is pretty tiny power for a phase 4 build. So before I do any of the big factories for phase 4, because these project parts are going to need a bit of energy, we will be doing a nuclear build. So in this session, I have automated homing ammo and also iodine filters so that we are ready to go into the swamp with our rifle and also tackle uranium. But I am also doing a little bit of train extension here because there's probably pigs around here are going to attack me if I land. We are mostly on the east coast in this playthrough. So if I look at the map, so our home base is down here near the Blue Crater. So our home is there, the elevator's there, Blue Crater is here, and we've been building up here. So we've got a lot of production going on in the Titan Forest. We have our computer tech factory here. Those are factory carts delivering stuff for munitions. We're currently around here where this power coal station is. And then we've got aluminium over here. So we have nothing in the middle here. So this is a very long ring road train line that is going to be running to the aluminium. It's not needed for the nuclear station, but I was just doing it kind of because it's too late for me to start the nuclear build tonight. Also, you may have noticed I am playing in VR, and I'm the author of the VR mod. So this session has also been a bit of a test session. So I've been trying out some changes I've made recently to see how it goes. And also just touring this beautiful world in Satisfactory 1.2. But I was just going this way to show people the aluminium outpost, which has extreme contrasts of a very overdone ingot processing blueprint and then a very minimal aluminium product factory. So the train line will continue along down through here, and it might even go through this cave. I don't know if I've ever stepped in this cave, because the rock looks scary. Let me just prune some of these stink rocks. Okay. For those unfamiliar with stingers, we've got some little guys here. Now in VR, these are almost as tall as you when they get to your face. They're about half your height. They can't jump. They run up to you in your face, but a single rebar in the face will take out these little guys. And they tend to come in little swarms in the factories. I'm sure there's a bigger one in here. Just from the decor of the factory, I wouldn't be surprised if there's bigger ones in here. Let me go back to explosive. Oops, wrong button. You don't like trucks in 1.2? There's some issues with going into a go slow mode for no reason. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if it's your save or an underlying issue. I don't like the new trucks because you can't make them go over jumps and you can't launch them with jump pads. I think they go slow if your sections of track are too short, from what I've read. I haven't played a lot with them, really. I have a separate playthrough where I was full truck mode, and I've been afraid to open it, and I certainly haven't gone back and have edited it much. And there's not many trucks in this playthrough. I've only done a little bit of carts because it was funny and also efficient because I needed to move a small amount of product a short distance. Okay. I don't want to jinx it, but there's a distinct lack of large stingers in this stinger-like cavern. Interesting, you ought to check that up. Yeah, some people have said that blueprinted roads. Oh, there's another little one. Hey, little guy, where's your parents? Ah! I heard that. Who did that? You go. Okay. You're taking turns at the fake jump scares. Yeah, I've heard that like short road sections and road sections that are in blueprints with auto connect can have problems. So yeah, I can totally bring the train through here. Because we've got the west coast here, which is pretty famous for its oil fields. And we are using oil to make aluminium. So we have some bauxite up there, and there's some more bauxite up there as well. We're bringing the bauxite down here into 2 lanes, which we're bringing along to this blueprint, which is making aluminium ingots. And then we have our bare bones factory there. So this factory here has 3 separate blueprint sections to it. So the bottom section is making the, what is it, this stuff, petroleum coke. And then this middle section here is making the aluminium scrap. And then the scrap is going up to the top section, which is full of smelters that are turning it into ingots. So each one of these blueprints is making 300 aluminium ore bars per minute, just from bauxite, oil, and water. No sulfur or quartz or anything else. It's just a very simple water extractor at the back, bauxite and water in the front, and we're churning out the aluminium ingots. And because this is a blueprint, if ever I need to expand, I can very quickly just copy that blueprint and then put more blueprints along there. But pwned looks really cool, thank you. Racecourse setup, Savage, check the path link. Yeah. So yeah, this is actually has a bit of a walkway inside as well, so you can walk around most of it internally as well. Although the top floor with all the smelters we don't care about, so that's a bit more restricted. But I've tried to make it accessible. Now, we haven't scaled up aluminium yet at all, so over here is just a minimal creation of the basic aluminium products. So I think that's making the aluminium sheets, and that's making the casings. And we have storage along here, so we've got the sheets, casings, and now we have basic facilities, just one machine each making the heat sinks, the coolants, and the fused modular frames. Now, so this is just this. Once we get the train line through here, I will tear this down, and then we will scale up larger production for aluminium parts, which can then go off to other factories. So that's making the heat sinks, and that's the cooling systems. Now, the frames here, fused modular frames, we are not making heavy modular frames on site. We can deliver them by train when the train line comes through, but for now I need to fill this container every now and again. Wow, my inventory is full of junk. We've been out killing stuff apparently. I do not need 3 wood. Just gonna grab some, where's the heavy frames? Down, 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 down. I'll just stuck this up. There we go. That'll make us a whole bunch more fused frames. I do have a drone port, yes. Well, this is what we built earlier in this session. This is the drone port that delivers aluminium casings to our plastic factory just to make the iodine filters to help with radiation. So this is the first drone port. Well, this is the second one, but this is the first drone pair that I've made in this playthrough, and it's solely to make filters to help with nuclear protection. So let me just quickly fly or zip line to the other side, and I can very quickly, if the ads are sneaking up on me. I was trying to wrap up before the ad break. Where's the way up? Over here. Zip line, zip line, zip line. Actually, let's go hover back. I just remembered at the start of this stream I said a hard drive researching, and I haven't checked it the entire stream. Oh, no, out of gas. To infinity and beyond. Other stream, we've got to see you tomorrow for Subnautica. No problems, Yuki. Yuki, it would be great to see you in the Subnautica stream tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have some alerts for you. Or some sound bites. I mean, these are the poison. If you want to see me get eaten by a stinger, these guys are huge. Like, look at these. Look at the size of these things. Okay, he just jumped off the cliff, so he's not going to hit me. Is this going to? I'll let him get one hit in. Come on, mate. You can do it. Okay, if I land, I'm going to land in the gas. Wow, he's not going to jump me. Come on. He's scared of me. Okay, that took off over half my health. And the poison guys will also land and do a poison effect around them as well. So they will completely obliterate anyone who's not prepared to deal with them. They're also just freakishly ugly. The green ones actually have a softer scream as they leap than the smaller medium black ones. Although if I let another one hit me, these guys have the more rattling leap sound. See, if you stop moving, they will jump on you. But they're not too hard to avoid if you keep moving. So the nuclear hogs have respawned. The thing that makes me panic is the screeching spiders. Yeah, well, that's the one I have as a sound effect redeem, but I've become pretty immune to it. But I'm looking at installing a mod that will actually give it a random chance of summoning a real one. There's another poison one. Okay. So now we're nearly home. So here's where we have the hub and the water fun park for the doggos. Hey doggos! Let me just... Can I snooze the ads? I can snooze the ads one more time. Okay. So these guys get to roam around the whole water park. I need to make them a slide with power slugs on the water slide. Give them a bit more interesting stuff to do around here. It's a bit boring at the moment. And I think one more. Sue's got screws. Thanks, Screw. Thanks, Screws. Thanks, Sue. So this is the basics factory here. This is making all the early stuff like iron plates and rods and things like that. It's also making quick wire. Down here in the blue crater, we have a limestone concrete factory with wet concrete. We have steel factory there. We have munitions made up the back. Those are the nobelisks. I need to put some more architecture on that one. Our first coal station is down here. And then we have plastic and rubber over here. Now this plastic and rubber factory is also making the gas mask filters and the iodine filters for the radiation stuff. And this is what we started today's session with. The gas mask was already there, but we needed to get quick wire in and the aluminium sheets. So the quick wire, we have a train delivering from that station there down to here. I might actually check the supplies, see if we've built up a buffer of it. No, that's interesting. Because we are not making much quick wire, but we're also not using much quick wire. So if it's all being used, that's a bit of a concern. So this is the first factory floor, but the other stuff is being made on the next factory floor, which I haven't made stairs to yet. So we'll just fly up to the balcony. So yeah, here's the recent construction. So this is the previous little factory making the gas filters here. And all we did was we whacked on another manufacturer over here that is taking the gas filters, quick wire and casing, and making filters, iodine filters. And we have slapped unceremoniously a drone port on the back here to bring the aluminium casings in. And this drone port is using liquid standard fuel, which is the only fuel I have. And it is taking 97 fuel per round trip out of a stack of 100. So we are just at the limit of the range of this drone. But this was a quickie project just to get the filters automated ahead of our trip into the Swamp and Nuclear Power Building. So I didn't want to bother making a turbo fuel packaged sessions factory or anything like that. So we've done a few projects, tested the mod. We found one bug. The bug we found with the mod was when you're in the pause menu, your hands freeze. So if I put the hover pack away and you've actually got hands, if I'm in the pause menu, oh, that doesn't freeze, but the hand freezes. So I will need to make sure that the hand can be used when paused. Not a big bug. Like, it's not game breaking at all. But overall the mod's in pretty good condition, and I'm hoping to do a stable release soon, TM. But it is in alpha release, so if anyone wants to try it, there is information on the mod page on how to install the alpha version. Alpha 2 is the one on the mod page currently, and I'll be releasing Alpha 3 probably in the next day or two. Okay, let's head home. So I normally stream Satisfactory on Fridays, and I have been lately streaming Subnautica on Saturdays. So if you'd like to see something a little different, also in VR, I'm playing Subnautica in VR, which is quite terrifying and very moody. You can tune in a similar time tomorrow night. So we can dive beneath the ocean and go visit some leviathans. Okay, so I'm going to log out here. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for those that are raided. We had 3 raids tonight, I think, which is pretty epic. Thank you, everyone who's given me follows. I hope you've enjoyed your stay, whether you've been interacting or lurking. I will see some of you hopefully back tomorrow night or next week. Twitch people stay on the line. I will raid out to someone if I can find someone. Other than that, on YouTube, I will say goodbye to you people soon. McPone, thank you very much. Let me just take my headset off, and then I can organise. Actually, let me save the game. Gotta save the game, otherwise I forget. Give me a sec. Save game. Right, save game done. Okay, now I'll take off my headset. It's just easier to do while I still have the headset on. Okay. Thanks very much, everybody. YouTube, I will say goodnight to you now.